The protagonist's name is Duan Fei, and he used to be a simple college student until 20 years ago when his world was overrun. And for the past few years, all Duan Fei has been doing is trying to survive in a new environment that was full of danger. And every time Duan Fei thought that, although death scared him, it was more frightening to realize that he would never see his family again, because he had left them behind just to be able to survive on his own. Of course, there wasn't a day when Duan Fei didn't regret it, and so he finally realized that he didn't want to run away from danger anymore, and if he died, he would finally go to hell where he would work out all his sins. But eventually during the battle, Duan Fei realized that no matter how much effort he put on the monsters in front of him, not a single scratch appeared. And then the guy realized how weak he was, and so all he had to do was scream. He ordered the monster to attack and kill him as soon as possible and take his life. And eventually the attack came, but when it did, the guy didn't die at all. He was in his room, which seemed unreal, because his house had been destroyed 20 years ago. And looking out the window, Duan Fei realized that there was absolutely nothing to indicate that he was alive. There was no smell of blood or decomposing flesh, so it seemed that he might be asleep. But when Duan Fei noticed the photo, he realized that it was the same photo he had taken that day he went to the beach with his sister so that the girl could see the ocean. And then Duan Fei realized how believable it was. So to make sure, he went to the mirror and saw how much younger he was because everything indicated that he had gone back in time. And then rushing out of the room, Duan Fei realized that if he had really gone back in time, that meant his sister was still here. Because he remembered very well that when everything changed, a low-level zombie broke into their house, and then Duan Fei was so scared that he just fell down next to his sister. And Duan Fei hated himself for it all his life because he abandoned his sister because of fear. But now everything will be different because if Duan Fei really went back to the past, and it means that he has to change everything and he will protect Shinua at the cost of his own life. But when he ran into the room, he noticed a clock with the date and also a letter from the college, which meant that Duan Fei had really gone back 20 years, which meant that his little sister was still alive. But when the guy opened the door, you saw his sister looking outside the window and seemed to be thinking about something. But she noticed Duan Fei immediately asked what had happened to her. But at that moment, the guy cried and ran up to his sister to beg her forgiveness. But the excited girl did not understand what had happened to him. Duan Fei apologized for the fact that Shinua had died earlier because it was his fault, but the girl only promised to protect her brother with a smile. Duan Fei realized that this was not the right time to bring up the past, so he warned her that he had to leave for a while. Shinua took off her hairpin and handed it to her brother, and looking at his surprised face reminded him that every time he went out, she would give it to him so that he could return it afterwards, and that it was his promise that he would return alive and well. So Duan Fei went out and promised that he would come back to return the hairpin to his sister. And he thought about the fact that Shinua had always been ashamed of her disability, and now he promised that he would come back so that she wouldn't worry. But Duan Fei remembered very well that the apocalypse had happened on October 21st was the 20th, and that meant he had less than 24 hours left, and although no one knew why this disaster had happened, but about half of the people had turned into zombies, and the animals mutated and the bite of any of these creatures would turn people like them, and Duan Fei realized that if he got a chance like this, he just couldn't ignore what had happened, especially since the main problem after the apocalypse began was resources, and a small store was becoming more valuable than a human life. So he needed to prepare supplies, because in less than half a day, this thriving town would turn into a terrifying land of death. In the end, Duan Fei spent a long time shopping in the store, and the excited girl at the checkout counter didn't understand if the guy really wanted to continue shopping, since he had already bought so many things. But he was almost done with the grocery shopping and wanted to buy all the cookies they had in stock because his sister loved them. And then looking at the surprised girl, he explained that he had already called a truck to send all these purchases home. Finally, After paying for everything, the guy went to the driver, who only smiled and asked why he had bought so many groceries that they filled the truck, looking like he was preparing for the apocalypse. But when Duan Fei warned him, the driver just laughed and explained that Duan Fei really didn't need to worry so much and should have bought everything as needed. But when Duan Fei paid attention to the picture, the man explained that it was his wife and his little daughter who had a birthday today, and the driver was sorry that he couldn't go to his family right now because he had a lot of things to do. Finally, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening, and Duan Fei drove up to the house. But before saying goodbye, he asked the driver to take a box of cookies with him, because when he looked at his daughter's picture, he thought the girl might like them. Then explained that he had already paid the man double the price for his work, and asked him to finish his work for the day and spend time with his family. And he just awkwardly thanked the guy, not understanding the reason for such kindness. But Duan Fei warned him to go back to his family and protect them, and not to go out of the house that day. In the end, they said goodbye, and the driver thought about the guy, thinking that he was really very strange and rich people really had their own strange predilections, and then went to the next customer. After 2 hours, Duan Fei already started to prepare weapons and also prepared paper maps. Since when everything starts, there will be no communication and internet, so there will be no point in phones. But at that moment, Shinua stealthily entered the room and looked around at Duan Fei, not understanding what he was doing here, and explained that he had better tell her as soon as possible why their house was in such a mess. Then she shouted at Duan Fei because she had received a notification of withdrawal of all saved money on her phone and didn't understand what the guy was doing and why he was doing this. But he awkwardly asked his sister to calm down because she wouldn't believe that the apocalypse was coming soon. Shinua approached her brother and touched his forehead to see if he had a fever, and said that his temperature was normal, but she didn't understand if her brother was crazy. But at this moment, Duan Fei, who was madly embarrassed by her sister's behavior, calmly explained that even if her sister didn't believe him, she would see for herself in a few hours. Duan Fei calmly explained that even if his sister didn't believe him, she would see for herself in a few hours, and suggested that she take this chance afterward to enjoy the clean air and peaceful sky above her head, since they would never have such an opportunity again. And then thinking about it, Shinua admitted that her brother was indeed very strange today. However, this was the first time she had seen him so determined, and so she began to think that all of Duan Fei's words were true. Duan Fei was just thinking that the apocalypse had several stages, and the first was the revelation, which was almost here and would last for a week. And only by the end of this stage, 90% of the population will be dead or turned into zombies, and those who manage to survive during this time will just quietly watch what is happening on Earth. At this time, some crazy drunk guy saw a message from his boss, who asked him to come back to the office, as there were problems with his work. And then out of anger, the guy threw his bottle at some dog running by, because being very drunk, it seemed to him that even the animal was mocking him. But the next moment, madly angry, the dog took its true form and attacked the guy who dared to be so ignorant. In the end, the guy didn't die, and the street was filled with people screaming for help because they were being attacked by zombies. Duan Fei and Shinua watched from the apartment, and then Duan Fei explained to his worried sister that people were attacking each other because they had turned into zombies, and that meant that the revelation phase of the apocalypse had already begun. At that moment, there was a knocking and screaming at their door, and it was Mrs. Huan asking for help. But the worried Duan Fei didn't understand what he should do, because last time, because of this woman's screams, they accidentally let in not only her, but also her zombified husband. But in the end, while Duan Fei was in a state of confusion, his sister opened the door and wanted to let in the frightened woman who was asking for help. But in the next moment, Jinue's face was distorted with horror, as a man gnawing on his wife's neck reached in, trying to open the door to the room where Shinua was with Duan Fei, and the girl, shaking with fear, called out to her brother. Then he remembered that a long time ago he was talking to a guy, and they were in the company of survivors, and the young man obviously noticed that Duan Fei was not feeling well, and guessed that apparently his nervous system can no longer withstand such stress. But Duan Fei explained that he shouldn't have been worried because they were safe and didn't have to fight high-level zombies, because that was the job of the special units at the front. But after a while there was a shout, and in the rear appeared high-level monsters, and no one understood how it could happen, because they had to contain the front. But the command from the leader was to hold the line, as they had to get some time for the rest of the team to escape. But the battle was really pointless, as many were killed or seriously wounded in the first second. In the end, Duan Fei and his friend were left to fight, and then, looking over, Duan Fei asked him to help, but he only quietly said something and started to turn around and run away. And then the guy finally realized how his sister was feeling at that moment, because Shinua, like him at that moment, felt great despair and helplessness. And so now, returning to reality and seeing that his sister was in danger, Duan Fei ordered her not to look. After that, he attacked that monster, because he realized that if he got another chance at life, he would not let his sister be harmed again. After that, he came to the girl and explained that the man had already been turned into a zombie, but he promised that his sister would not be harmed and asked her not to worry. But the zombie was not yet defeated, and so, despite being wounded, it pounced on Shinua with renewed vigor, and looking at this picture, Duan Fei only calmly asked his sister to close her eyes. Duan Fei calmly asked his sister to close her eyes and not to watch what was going on. After that, he swelled the zombie's arm with one light blow and blocked the way so that it could not harm Shinua. Then explained to the girl that these zombies were the first, and they were the lowest in the hierarchy, so they had no intelligence. These creatures were ruled only by hunger, but Duan Fei was very lucky, and since he had not forgotten how to fight high-level zombies, so he was not strong enough, but he had enough strength to kill such monsters. Duan Fei continued to torture this monster until his sister asked him to stop. And then Duan Fei calmly hugged the girl and explained that everything was over, so she was no longer in danger, and promised that no matter what happened, he would definitely protect his sister, which she could be sure of. But suddenly the guy heard someone's voice, which informed him that for killing a zombie, he received 3 evolution points, and they could be used to activate in the system. Then his eyes went to the ceiling, where the shadows slowly began to thicken. Then he began to slowly lose consciousness. But when he next opened his eyes, he found that he was in some unknown place that looked like some kind of sanctuary. But it didn't take long before beams were directed from the eyes of all those stone statues directly at Duan Fei, and then messages appeared in his head, so many of them that the guy thought he might go crazy. In the end, the system was started and the owner's initiation process was started, after which the study of Gen began, and at that moment the guy was pierced by an incredible pain, because it seemed that his whole body was torn into small pieces and then reassembled. When this stage was over, his gene rearrangement was activated, and after the registry and gene matching process, the operation was successfully completed. And then when Duan Fei became free, he clearly felt an incredible power that overwhelmed his whole body, and immediately realized that the place he had fallen into was an evolutionary tree that strengthened his genes and allowed him to improve. Duan Fei realized that he felt some connection to this place, which meant that he needed to evolve and pay for his evolution with evolution points that were earned by killing zombies. And the system would spend those points to enhance his skills, so even now the guy could choose what he wanted to improve, and he had a few categories to choose from. It was strength, speed, detection skills, combat skills, and so on. In the end, since he had 3 points, the guy started the system which cost him 1 point and then thought about how he could spend 2 more points, because even though he had experience and strategy, he was physically weak. So he decided to increase his strength and spent all the evolution points he had earned, and the next moment he was swept up by some unknown energy. And then Duan Fei realized that he had become much stronger, and since Duan Fei had an evolutionary tree this time, He would definitely not let the tragedy that happened earlier happen again, and he was obliged to protect his sister at all costs. In the end, when he woke up, he saw that his sister was asleep, but she immediately woke up when Duan Fei regained consciousness and excitedly said that her brother had scared her very much because she thought something had happened to him. But he calmly stroked the girl's hair and explained that she really didn't need to worry because he promised that he wouldn't let her suffer and would protect her. But he thought that in order to keep his sister safe, he had to check the area and kill all the zombies that wanted to get here, and also had to do something with the corpse of their neighbor, otherwise more zombies would come here. But when he went out to see where the body was, he noticed that someone had already dragged it down the stairs. Duan Fei had to go back to his room to prepare for the future battle, but found that all his clothes were too bright and also too inappropriate in size. Because he had improved his physical strength skills, his body was quickly transformed so he became taller and more pumped up. But Jin Yue guessed the problem, so she gave Duan Fei their father's shirt and then asked Duan Fei if their parents were alive, because in the past couple of hours too much had happened and she was very worried. In fact, Duan Fei and Xin Yue were abandoned by their parents when they were 10 years old, and since then, they started sending them money every year, indicating that they were still alive. In his previous life, Duan Fei had spent 10 years trying to find his parents, but in the end, nothing worked, so all he could do was to reassure his sister and explain that their parents would definitely be all right. But even the girl noticed her brother's changes and literally couldn't believe that he had grown so much in just one night. And then the awkward guy excused himself by saying that maybe it was the effect of hormones, because she realized that Jin Yue better not know about his rebirth. Then he explained that he had to leave for a while, but Xin Yue was obviously against it because it was dangerous outside, and she was scared because the whole world had changed in an instant, and she was sick and could cause discomfort to Duan Fei. But all the guy could do was apologize to his sister for feeling that way, but explain that he needed to look around and see if it was safe to be here, because if he didn't get rid of the zombies, there could be a lot more problems in the future because he didn't want to be in their neighbors' or their roommates' shoes, especially since he could find some other surviving people, and in that case, they needed to group together because it was safer that way. Jin Yue agreed, but demanded that her brother promise to come back for dinner, and he quietly thanked her and left. Duan Fei walked down the corridor and immediately followed the bloody streaks that were left by the body, thinking that if he got it right, he needed to kill as many zombies as possible to get evolution points. And it didn't take him too long to find them because already on the 11th floor he met one man who was eating the body of a woman's head and hair. And when Duan Fei saw him, he shouted angrily that he had new hair that was much fresher. And at this moment, Duan Fei realized that his strength had been increased by a second level, and so he killed this zombie with one easy movement and got 1 evolution point from him. But as it turned out, 6 points were needed to increase strength, and as many as 10 points were needed to increase mental spirit. In his past life, Duan Fei had heard of using mental spirit, and people could resist mutated monsters with the help of awakened ones with various skills. And when someone realized the levels of their abilities and gained that power, they became a first-class warrior. But judging by the increase in strength coefficient then to improve his mental strength, he might even need 10 times more points to raise the second level. And to get a special skill, he needed the 10th level. Therefore, he would need to deal with that a little later, but for now, he would deal with agility and detection. Duan Fei eventually came to another apartment and immediately noticed that there was a lot of blood as well as obvious signs of fighting on the floor. After that, he heard some sounds in the bathroom as well as water dripping, but when he entered, all he saw was a girl, but her skin color was normal, and she didn't look like a zombie. Taking advantage of his reverie, a real enemy came from behind and attacked him without warning. But this was no problem for Duan Fei. After all, he had well-honed skills from his past life, so he killed this zombie. although he thought that something like this could be a serious problem because he didn't see it coming. Duan Fei realized that he should not let his guard down. Even though the evolutionary tree had improved his skills, he had not become immortal. Duan Fei then went on to explore the remaining 10 floors while being watched by a girl who was in a fighting stance and was preparing to fight back in case of a zombie attack. But she was immediately heard by Duan Fei, who asked her to open the doors or he would break them down. When the girl obeyed, he explained that he was from the apartment above and introduced himself and explained to his neighbor that he was looking around the neighborhood to protect his family. But the girl tried to close the doors, explaining to Duan Fei that her house was safe and there was nothing to worry about. But the boy was adamant and explained that he had to make sure of it personally because he could not allow the slightest danger that could harm his sister. In the end, the girl agreed, and when Duan Fei checked it out, he was sure it was safe. She awkwardly explained that her son was at school and her husband had gone to meet the baby, and they had not returned yet. So it was very hard for her, and she asked Duan Fei to leave her house because the presence of the man with the knife was really frightening. But suddenly there was a very loud noise coming from the bathroom, and so Duan Fei immediately guessed that something was obviously being hidden from him and went to check. But the neighbor kept arguing and claimed that she was all alone and convinced Duan Fei that he should just leave because it was really rude to go into someone else's bathroom. But he asked for a little understanding because he really needed to check, and then he could leave quietly. But the guy was really shocked at what he saw, so much so that he didn't even notice that the woman who had asked him to leave before seemed to be ready to kill him. But the guy managed to dodge in time and then looked into the darkness, and all he saw was a boy who looked at Duan Fei with a smile and asked if he wanted to play. After which the boy attacked him. Duan Fei looked at the child and thought about the fact that zombie children were very fast, even though they were not that strong. Then he attacked him and threw him to the far side of the room, but his mother stood in his defense and ordered Duan Fei not to touch her child. But Duan Fei didn't understand the woman's motivation because her son had long since become a zombie and was eating people. So if she continued to protect him, she would also be in danger. But the woman didn't want to believe it because she believed that her son was fine and he was just sick. But when the right medicine was invented, he would definitely recover. And tearfully explained to Duan Fei that she just couldn't let him kill her son. But at that moment the boy attacked his mother and Duan Fei did not have time to help her, and the child only screamed furiously until one slight movement of his hand tore the woman's stomach through and then began to eat her. Duan Fei rushed to the woman's aid and wanted to kill him, but the woman asked him not to touch her son before he died, because he was just an innocent 13-year-old boy who would recover. But he said that if her son had turned into a zombie, he could not be saved and he could not let the child walk around in the street. Then he calmly killed him and explained that he would not recover in the next 20 years and walked away to the sound of the system. Then on the 11th floor he put up some bells on the 11th floor to indicate someone was coming and went downstairs. But there he saw his neighbor who worked as a trainer and realized that he must have been brought here by the smell of blood. Then this man attacked Duan Fei, and with his enormous strength literally broke the wall. But the guy managed to dodge in time, and he thought about the fact that the strength of zombies during their transformation increases greatly. And since his neighbor was originally a trainer, he became quite a difficult opponent. But Duan Fei simply could not lose. But the next moment the wall collapsed and the guy managed to dodge forcibly, injured his hand from which now dripped blood, and pondered that when there are two opponents and they are both strong enough, it is really a serious problem. Especially people were most afraid of infected animals, because their speed, sense of smell and hearing made them incredibly strong opponents. As a result, the two zombies attacked Duan Fei and the guy was wounded in the battle. Even though he was able to fend off the attack, drops of his blood fell downstairs and all the zombies that were on the floors at the time immediately smelled the blood downstairs and more of them gathered. And then hearing the sounds of zombies, Duan Fei immediately realized that apparently their fight had attracted the attention of the zombies from the lower floors. And naturally, The situation stopped getting worse and worse by the minute. But the main problem, it was his opponents in front of him, so he did not get distracted and continued the battle, and landed one rather strong slashing blow, which managed to hit the zombie coach, but such a thing only made him even more angry. So he tried to land another blow. But at that moment, the infected zombie dog attacked, and so Duan Fei had the last moment to close its mouth, which was about to bite him. After that, he jumped back down the stairs, and looking at the two of them, he realized that right now he clearly had too little strength to overpower them. But they definitely had to be taken as far away from his sister as possible. When he ran down the stairs, he immediately saw other opponents who had gathered right in front of him and were climbing closer to him on the stairs. And so Duan Fei did not understand what he was doing, especially since the zombie coach was about to attack him. And then the guy realized that he had no other choice, and he had to get through the low-level zombies because it would be easier with him. And so he hit one of them and then jumped over some more. And the zombie trainer swung his dumbbell and hit 3 of his kin, and the guy hid in one of the apartments. And then he looked around and wondered why he didn't get any evolution points for the zombies he killed, and realized that he should probably be the one killing them. But the zombies were evolving too fast, and their power was already beyond stage 1, and apparently this time they were evolving at an incredible rate. But in the end, after hearing Duan Fei's scent, the zombies came to the room, and so, after closing the door to prevent him from escaping, they began to search the apartment. But it wasn't long before footsteps sounded, and then the zombie approached Duan Fei and stated that he had already found him. Then with one blow he made the guy hit the floor with great speed, and the blow was so strong that he literally broke the floor with his body. Then he fell on the lower floor surrounded by other zombies. And then the exhausted guy thought about the fact that his life was already over, and he was really a loser even after rebirth. And earlier, the guy really thought that maybe he could correct all his mistakes made in the past. But the next moment the guy opened his eyes and remembered that his sister was alive now, and that meant only one thing, that he just couldn't give up. So he immediately attacked some zombies that were right in front of him and flew on at breakneck speed to fight his opponents. He also used the points he had accumulated and increased his speed to be more lightning fast. So with a few simple moves he hit more zombies, and from them he earned 4 more points in just a moment. In the end, he had enough resources to increase his power to level 3. After that, the guy rushed further up the stairs and just begged his sister to hold on a little longer. At this moment there was a knock on the door, and Shinua, who had been sitting by the door waiting for her brother, thought that perhaps it was Duan Fei who had come, so she reached for the doorknob. But as it turned out, it was another zombie. But Shinua was very lucky because her brother was in time, so he immediately attacked those enemies. But when Shinua heard the sounds of fighting, Shinua immediately closed the door and realized that she was obviously mistaken, and it was probably not her brother. So she held the door so that no one could enter, and did so until Duan Fei's voice was heard. And he explained that he couldn't answer earlier when she asked because there were reasons for that. But then he explained to the girl that now she had to shut herself in and not open the door until she said so, and pay attention to absolutely nothing. Then he slammed those doors shut and turned to the zombie and explained that he couldn't let him take another step. Duan Fei slid across the floor, and in one swift movement severed his leg. Then he was immediately attacked by his second opponent, the zombie dog, but he threw the dog away. Even though the zombie was injured, he continued to move as if he was perfectly fine. Duan Fei then realized that he needed to test his level 3 strength anyway. As it turned out, this zombie was level 6, so he got 6 points for killing it. After giving himself some time to breathe and recover, Duan Fei realized that he had really succeeded and was able to protect his sister. But he still had a long way to go before the insane evolution of the zombies, because if they were already incredibly strong now, they would soon mutate at an incredible rate, and he needed as many points as possible. So he went downstairs and thought that, although he knew nothing about the power he had gained, he was excited about the possibility of becoming stronger. And so he needed to pump up his abilities, especially since with his knowledge from his past life, he could definitely change the entrance of history, and that meant that the hope of mankind was not yet lost. And if people used to shake with fear as soon as they saw the infected, Duan Fei was bound to change this situation. After quickly defeating the last monster, he thought that his sister was waiting for him, as it was noon and he should return. In the end, Duan Fei managed to earn 8 more points for the remaining fight, and of course it was less than he expected, but at this point it would be enough for him. He used 5 points to improve his speed to the 3rd level, and 2 points to increase his detection level. After that, he went out to his sister and noticed that she was still awake, and the girl explained that she had recently watched the news, and it said that zombies had appeared all over the world at the same time, and so humanity was facing an incredible crisis. And also in the news, they said that now the spread was under control and everything should get better very soon. But Jingyue did not believe it, because looking at what surrounded them could hardly be called control. But Duan Fei calmly explained to Shinua that they would think of something anyway, especially since he was obliged to protect his sister. But Jingyue was very worried because today when she was expecting him, she was afraid that he wouldn't come back, and Shinua would really like to be able to walk in order to help her brother. She felt useless, but Duan Fei reassured Shinua that she shouldn't worry about it, because she would soon be able to walk. But for obvious reasons, Jingyue didn't believe it at all, because she knew that her disease was incurable. But Duan Fei realized that there was actually a chance if she could awaken her powers. And today was to be the meteor shower, which was an important moment in the past and caused the evolution of zombies after the 2nd wave of the apocalypse. Just at that moment, meteorites began to fall from the sky. These cosmic bodies emitted a special energy that zombies fed on, and when they absorbed this energy, they turned into genetic mutants. And the person who ate this kind of core could get special abilities, and Duan Fei knew that if he could get himself these meteorites and also find as many awakened people as possible, he could change history. But the next moment the meteorites started to fly insanely close to Duan Fei's house, followed by a huge explosion, and they were really lucky that their house was not damaged. After taking a close look at the area, the guy realized that the meteorite had fallen only 16 kilometers away from their house, and with his level 3 speed, he would be able to run there in an hour, but he had to make some preparations in order to go to this place tomorrow to get this meteorite for his sister. And he also remembered that earlier in his life he had learned about people who were able to directly absorb energy from meteorites and take strength from it, but this happened very rarely. But suddenly he noticed that the drink in his hand was frozen, but when Duan Fei took it out of the refrigerator, it wasn't like that at all, and wondered if his sister was already able to absorb meteorite energy. Duan Fei thought about it and got an idea, so he promised Shinua that soon she would be able to walk. Duan Fei got dressed later and explained to his sister that she shouldn't worry. He just had to do what he could for Shinua and for humanity, and promised that he would make sure that Jingyue would be able to walk. But she calmly stated that she would prefer her brother to be unharmed instead, and asked him not to go anywhere. But Duan Fei apologized and asked Shinua to give him some time. He handed her the portable radio he had found in the apartment and explained that she could use it to contact him, and promised to tell him the rest as soon as she got back. After that, he left thinking that they would not believe him now. But when he got the meteorite, Jingyue would gain strength and realize everything. Right now, he needed to become stronger and go outside. But at that moment, the radio sounded and Shinua cried and apologized to her brother for behaving like this earlier, because she knew that Duan Fei was doing everything possible for her. But Duan Fei calmly told his sister that everything was really all right, because he understood her surprise as he had changed a lot in the past 2 days, but warned that since he had already reached the 1st floor, he had to go, and reminded Shinua not to forget about his safety. At that moment, suddenly Shinua asked her brother to check his pocket, and there he found her hairpin, which the guy put on his arm as a bracelet and immediately realized what the thing meant. He promised he'd be back before dark, and looking around, he realized that literally the entire city had been reduced to rubble, and it had only been 48 hours. But after the destruction of the zombies should be much less, and also the energy of the meteor shower distracted them. However, Duan Fei was clearly careful, because he should not have attracted unnecessary attention, especially animal mutants, because it was much harder to fight with them the next month he was attacked. But with the help of his speed, he managed to dodge in time, after which he killed the attacking zombies and went on his way. At this time, throughout the city were already walking around the military and reported on the situation in the city, because everyone was dead. But the team destroyed the zombies from the west. In the end, one of the soldiers passed the data to a comrade. But he was obviously surprised, because after the meteor shower, the number of zombies had decreased, which was strange. At this time, to the commander, Shiakei came with a report, but the girl ordered the military to continue patrolling, as it was necessary to kill that they did not miss a single zombie. But at one point, a disgruntled man shouted furiously, demanding that they be escorted to the company as soon as possible, which Shiakei was insanely displeased with, and approached the man and said that he should be a little oriented to the situation that was now in the world, because she was not the personal bodyguard of this man, and if he goes out, it was equal to suicide. Especially in this place, she was the commander, and therefore he dared not demand anything from her. And then the frightened man immediately agreed, and the girl turned her attention to his colleague, but he was not so belligerent and immediately said that he agreed to follow the captain's instructions. After that, the girl went away and asked to contact Mr. Lee, as it was necessary to pass on information. But the men, angrily looking at Jia Ke, swore that he would someday tame her. Eventually, at this time, the girl got in touch with Marshal Lee, and then he confirmed her speculation and said that the zombies had become much smaller with the appearance of meteorites. But the girl ordered him to postpone investigating the matter for now, as it might not be safe, and ordered them to return. While Duan Fei was making his way through the zombies and thinking about the fact that the meteorite's influence was clearly felt in the places where there were more of them, but it was obvious that a battle with them was inevitable. So the guy took out knives, jumped into the air, and from the air hit all the targets at once, and then ran on, and finally saw the place where the meteorite had landed. And looking around, he immediately realized that with his level 3 speed, he would be near this meteorite in just a second. But he didn't know what to expect, and so he decided to check all the surroundings first. So in a few jumps, he reached the roof of the house and through binoculars was already looking around, and noticed that at the bottom of the crater was a small fragment, which looked really amazing. But the next moment he saw that also near that meteorite was a zombie. But it turns out that Zombie was not interested in the meteorite, which was quite strange. But perhaps this situation could change at any moment, so Duan Fei had to hurry before the zombie absorbed the shard, or before the others got to it first. So the guy got to his target in a couple of seconds and then decided to destroy one of the zombies for nothing before picking up the meteorite shard. But in the end, when he attacked, his weapon just spilled into small shards, and Monster, with a smile looking at the guy, asked if he should wrap his food with him, or if he was going to eat right away. And then looking at this girl, the guy immediately noticed that she had black eyeballs and bright golden pupils, which meant only one thing, that she was a native zombie. And in her past life they were most terrifying, for they were truly dangerous opponents and did not understand what they were doing here at this time. But at that moment, the girl attacked the guy who had so unceremoniously entered her territory and grabbed him by his homemade weapon. Then with one slight movement, she caught him in the air and flipped him over so Duan Fei couldn't stand it because he couldn't hold on to his weapon. The vines started to appear near him and tried to grab him, but at the last moment he was able to pull out his weapon and cut down what was threatening him. After that, he came down to the ground, and after all the abilities he had seen, he made sure that he had a nugget in front of him. And these creatures had really special abilities, and also the strength and speed of these monsters increases very quickly. And they were literally born assassins, But Duan Fei didn't understand why such a strong monster appeared in this place so early. But the girl wasn't going to give Duan Fei a chance to survive, so he started to attack. But the guy realized that all he had to do was grab the shard and run away as soon as possible, but she threw a few more blows. So realizing that there was no chance of dodging them, Duan Fei easily cut them off, realizing that the girl had probably just read his intentions. Duan Fei noticed her face and realized that she was probably just not serious and was mocking him, and she probably had a mind. In the end, the Nuggets launched another attack and Duan Fei was able to survive it, even though he was very badly wounded and thought that yesterday he had met some really powerful zombies for the first day of the apocalypse. And today, he'd even met a nugget, which was really weird. And it completely contradicted everything that had happened in his past life, so apparently history was changing. But at that moment he noticed that the power that was coming off the shard was starting to connect with the nugget, and it was like it was absorbing it. He wondered if the nuggets were created because of these shards and therefore had to protect them, in which case, if Duan Fei was thinking correctly, this girl would not be able to get far away from the nugget. In the end, another attack followed, and Duan Fei also easily dealt with it. After that, he moved far away from the crater. After trying to catch his breath after such a stunt, he started coughing up blood because of his injuries, but looking at the nugget, he noticed that it was trapped in the barrier, and his guess was correct. So, to get the shard, he would definitely have to defeat this girl, but he realized that going at her directly would be too dangerous, so he had to think of something. So he got the blood that belonged to the dead guy and realized he had a definite idea. So a little while later, the guy stole a motorcycle and headed for the crater, leading a bunch of zombies. Then, in one easy motion, he threw the blood high into the sky above the girl and chopped her up in the air, explaining to the nugget that if she didn't want to leave the place, then she would have to deal with the whole bunch of guests that had come to see her. And in the end, Duan Fei's plan really worked because all those zombies heard the smell of blood and pounced on this girl. But as it turned out, this was not a problem, and so Duan Fei watched the battle from a distance and realized that the girl was really incredibly strong. Even when all the monsters pounced on her, she was able to defeat them in one blow. But Duan Fei realized that with his current strength, there was no way he would be able to defeat the nugget, so he should rely on the strength of those zombies and then take the shard. Eventually, when the first of the monsters was defeated, more came down and started attacking the girl. Of course, for the nugget it wasn't a problem, but while she was fighting some of them, others would come up every time. And so the fight seemed endless. They clung to her arms, tore her clothes, and tried to bite her, and all the girl could do was fight back. In the end, when she finally had enough of this battle, she used her lian to rise up into the air and attacked from high up so that she could not be harmed. And one by one she entangled them with her lion to the point where they formed a large cocoon. Duan Fei was already bored while watching this from afar, so he decided to get closer to see what else this girl could do. He was also happy to see that many more zombies came running, but it was still not enough because he had to find stronger zombies to defeat her. But Nugget had already killed all the previous zombies, and even though she was already tired enough, Duan Fei was still confident that he would not defeat her. But if the battle dragged on, the shard would be able to restore her energy, so he didn't know what plan to come up with. But the next moment, another zombie joined the battle, and it was a huge wolf or a dog, which with mad fury attacked that girl, and her vines did not hurt him. Duan Fei realized that this creature had a good chance of defeating the girl, but he was confused by the hair that the monster had, because it seemed to be mutating, and if it swallowed the shard, it would surely do so. And so after a series of several attacks, the infected beast threw the nugget to the ground, and the nugget was already so tired that it literally had no strength to resist. Duan Fei then realized that he had to intervene because if this particular creature swallowed the shard, it would be in big trouble. But in the next moment, Nugget activated her abilities, and with the help of several lian, she entangled the monster. Then she lifted it high into the sky and mortally wounded it. And then we all realize that this was originally her cunning plan, because she had planned for Duan Fei to come down so that she could kill both the monster and him at the same time. In the end, when she killed the wolf, she only looked at Duan Fei with a smile and wondered if he had really figured out her traps and thought that, for a human, this guy was even smart enough. Duan Fei calmly asked if Duan Fei really expected to be able to defeat her, but he calmly remarked that such a question should be asked by him, implying that he would definitely win by one means or another. After that, he threw off his already quite torn after the fight jacket and jumped down, and the Nugget even surprised by such an act, because she did not expect that the guy himself doomed himself to certain death. But Duan Fei calmly explained that he jumped down because there was something he needed. Duan Fei calmly explained that he had come down because there was something he needed. In the end, a series of attacks followed, and as he fought them off, he noticed that the Nugget was clearly exhausted, and her attacks became slower. And thanks to improved detection, he could follow the attacks. In the end, in one of the attacks, Duan Fei even managed to cut off the girl's arm, but this only made her more angry, and she swore that she would definitely destroy such a pathetic person and chop him into so many small pieces. Then she started to turn, and a country aura appeared around her, and then Duan Fei guessed that apparently the Nugget had not fought at full strength before, and now she started to absorb the energy of the meteorite. After that, she took her true reinforced form and started a more fierce battle with Duan Fei, but he was able to dodge it, but realized that he had to run away, because he would not last long. And it seems that Nugget also realized this, so she blocked his exit with vines and explained that such a trick will not work twice with her. Duan Fei realized that he had to think of a solution to this situation, because he would soon miss one of the attacks. Duan Fei realized that he had to think of a solution to this situation, because he was about to miss one of the attacks. But then when it seemed that the collision was inevitable, the girl just fell to the ground moaning in pain. Duan Fei guessed that she probably couldn't withstand such a strong energy, especially since her body was clearly exhausted after the fight. But still, she did not give up trying to attack, so she used her vines again. But when she noticed that, the guy just chopped them in half. The vines that served as her legs were cut off, and the vicious Nugget attacked with renewed vigor and wondered why such a man would need a meteorite. But in the end, she didn't have time to defend herself, so the guy gave her a huge wound and then cut off those vines that were instead of arms and legs, and thought about the fact that she didn't need to know his motivation. After all, everyone had what they wanted. Only at one time he made the wrong choice and regretted it for a long time, and so this time he was not going to live such a miserable life. Afterwards, looking at the wounded Nugget, he explained that he understood her perfectly. She was the one who would fight to the death for her treasure until all enemies died, or until she died. Then he simply took her life with a simple move and got a notification that he got 100 evolution points for the death of the Nugget. Then he calmly approached the shard and thought that if every shard had such a protector, he really needed to be very careful, and wondered if his sister would be able to walk if she used this shard. But the next moment when his hand touched this shard, Duan Fei was madly delighted and noticed that almost all of his wounds had disappeared. Apparently, this was the power of such a shard. After hiding it, he was about to return to his sister to tell her the good news, but at that moment, the previously defeated beast began to move and show signs of life. This did not go unnoticed by Duan Fei, and he guessed that this monster was still alive, but when he turned around, he was literally shocked because this monster had turned into a small puppy. And it was very strange because zombies at the initial stage could not reproduce. And even after the mother's conversion, the cub in her womb should have become the energy that will consume the mother's body. But it turns out that the puppy should have inherited all the powers of its mother. This was extremely rare. So when Duan Fei picked up the little puppy, he realized that he would be able to tame the newborn monster and would be the first person he would see when he opened his eyes, so the puppy would consider him his family. In the end, it did. And so as soon as the monster opened its eyes, it licked Duan Fei happily and whimpered. And then the guy asked this puppy to be a good team in the future and named it Goldie. Then he put the newborn puppy in his backpack next to the shard. As the puppy was still too weak, he needed to sleep, and as it started to get dark, Duan Fei realized that he needed to return home as soon as possible, as it would be much harder to get home at night. As a result, there were currently 5 days left until the end of Revelation. At this time, Duan Fei was rushing past the monsters at an incredible speed, but they could all feel the power coming from the shard he brought with him. But Duan Fei didn't pay attention to it as he was much stronger. Although he was confused that the sun had already set and the zombies were beginning to densify, especially since they might have time to evolve by absorbing the shard, which would be quite dangerous. But in the next moment, the whole earth began to crumble, and Duan Fei's displeased Duan Fei thought that he had even chosen the farthest path, but he was apparently still found. They were mutant rats and they were pack animals, so they attacked together and it was obvious that they had come for the meteorite fragments. But Duan Fei's position was obviously disadvantageous as there were too many of them, and Duan Fei couldn't fight them all at once, so he decided to hide in a safe place. And with one easy leap he climbed up the lamppost. At this time, Jia Ke was approached by her assistant Ling Wen, who asked Jia Ke to rest for a while because she needed sleep, but she calmly said that there was no need for it because others needed to rest. But the next moment, she excitedly looked in the distance and then found that there was a survivor running, then ordered Ling Wen to tell Mr. Li to get ready to save that guy. Though at some point she stopped and asked her not to inform anyone for now, for she had noticed a huge running pack of rats and couldn't understand how this guy could be so fast to still run away from these creatures. After Jia Ke told Ling Wen that she had to pass on the order to avoid the zombie attack at the same time. At this time, Duan Fei spotted the base and sneaked in through the grate, and watching the zombies trying to get in, and breathed out a sigh of relief as he realized that he had managed to escape after all. But he knew that it wasn't safe here either because the doors wouldn't keep them out for long and they would go after the meteorite shard anyway, so hiding was useless. So Duan Fei realized that it was unlikely that he would be able to get to his home today, and at least he had to wait until sunrise. But when he opened his backpack, he couldn't understand where his shard had gone and thought that maybe it had fallen out while he was running away, but it was just impossible because the monsters kept chasing him. So the guy thought that maybe it was Goldie who could have stroked it, but the next moment he got a notification from the system, which began to absorb the meteorite. And the shocked guy tried to stop it because his whole body was racked by some unknown pain like it was tearing him to pieces. And then he got this incredible power, so strong that it threw everything away from him, along with his puppy who was hiding in his bag at the time. And the rats rallied at this outburst and broke through the wall ready to attack. And then looking at the fleeing pack, Duan Fei realized that now he would not be able to deal with them, as he was literally unable to gather his strength because of the evolution tree, and started to lose consciousness. But the next moment Goldie came to his defense and started to shine brightly, and began to sparkle with lightning and scare these creatures away. After that, he started to attack one by one, and in the end his attacks were very useful, because some of the rats were frightened and ran away. After that, he noticed that one of the rats came to the unconscious master, and so ran back to him. But Goldie did not have time, and so the guy was saved by Jia Ke, who brought Ling Wen and Mr. Li. And after distributing their duties, they began to rescue the boy. And although everyone followed Jia Ke's orders, Mr. Li was hesitant because he thought it was irresponsible to take a stranger into the shelter because he might be bitten. But Jia Ke calmly explained that they would just put him in isolation for a while to check how safe he was. In the end, when the zombie part was defeated, then grabbing Duan Fei, one of the military started to return undercover commander Jia Ke and military Li, and eventually everything really succeeded. But when the door closed, then at the last moment a few zombies snuck under the door, but Commander Xia Ke calmly sent the guy along with Duan Fei to a safer place to give Duan Fei the help he needed. At this moment, Goldie, surrounded by the rest of the monsters, continued his fight and was clearly in no mood to give up. And the guy who had lost consciousness was now in the shrine, where the statues, instead of the usual power, began to supply him with another, more powerful one. As a result, he lay unconscious for several days. Therefore, one day was left till the end of the revelation, and he woke up from the fact that he felt a very strong vibration, and this vibration came from his pet Goldie, who during this time had time to deal with many monsters. And then woke up, the guy looked around and immediately noticed Xia Ke, who, pointing a gun at him, asked who really was Duan Fei and how he was able to fight with those zombies on a par. But the guy calmly explained that she had no explanation. After that, he easily approached the girl in an instant and took away her weapon and said that she would definitely not be able to stop him. But at this moment, Ling Wenwen, Mr. Li, and the others burst into the room, who ordered the guy to let go of their commander Xia Ke and surrender immediately, because he wouldn't be able to escape from here. And then looking at them, Xia Ke explained to Duan Fei, who was still holding her back, that they were the main team of the military police who participated in saving Duan Fei from those rats. And the unsatisfied guy began to scold Duan Fei for such ungrateful behavior, because they had been monitoring his condition for 4 whole days, and he had started attacking them as soon as he woke up. And then the guy in shock did not understand whether he had been unconscious for so long, and then immediately began to run away, realizing that his sister was waiting for him, and she must have been worried sick. But Xia Ke's voice was heard, telling him to stop because there were many zombies and it was too dangerous. And although she saw what Duan Fei was capable of, she hoped that he would still decide to join them and work together. But in the next moment, one of the monsters suddenly broke through the glass and tried to attack Ling Wenwen, and Duan Fei came to her defense and held back the monster's paw, and asking the girl to leave as soon as possible. But Duan Fei himself did not understand where he got such strength and agility. And then all the excited looking at this guy could not believe that he was really a man with such incredible strength. In the end, he was able to throw the monster away, and then he jumped over to him to continue his battle because he had to deal with this monster. But in the next moment, he called his master affectionately, and then the guy stopped at the last moment, realizing that it was probably his little puppy Goldie. Duan Fei didn't realize how he had become like this. And then, while Goldie was greeting him happily, Duan Fei realized that he had recently been able to hold him back with his bare hands without any weapons. And apparently, after absorbing the meteorite, his level had risen a lot. And when he checked the interface, he found that he didn't have any evolution points, yet he needed as much as 10,000 evolution points to restart the gene refinement. Duan Fei, who was excited, decided to check when the last time the gene was launched and returned to the sanctuary to find that there had been a change, and wondered if it was because of the requirement that his points and the meteorite fragment had disappeared. But he calmly received a notification that you are more spent on improvement and now the owner's genes have reached the limit. And at this moment Duan Fei realized for what reason he became much stronger. Running, every person had a gene limit. No matter how much you increase your power, that limit can't be exceeded. And Duan Fei had already observed once in his past life, saw an S-ranked fighter trying to overcome this threshold and constantly exposing himself to danger. And in the end, he died. This was the obstacle that prevented humans from further evolving. But it appeared that if he could raise this level for 10,000 points, then Duan Fei was capable of endless evolution, and it was clearly worth it. After which he calmly returned to the waiting Xia Ke, Ling Wenwen, and the others and explained to the excited guys not to worry, as it was his dog was his friend, and explained that not long ago this dog was very small, but he had eaten a lot of zombies and that was why he had quickly grown to this size, and earlier Goldie had thought that Duan Fei was in danger because of Xia Ke pointing a gun at him, so he decided to attack. but explained that he could give all the details later, because now the noise that was going on around had attracted the attention of a huge number of zombies. And then the agitated team realized that they didn't have enough strength to withstand such opponents right now. And Duan Fei calmly explained that there was no point in staying in this shelter now as they needed to find another one. But thinking about it, Jia Ke realized that this was the only shelter they could find. But warming up, Duan Fei explained that there was no problem as there was a military shelter 40 kilometers away and they would go straight there. But Jia Ke logically pointed out that there were too many zombies, so they wouldn't be able to go there. But for Duan Fei, these monsters were not a problem, so he ordered Jia Ke to gather his team and use the moment to hide so that he could come back for them later. After that, without wasting time on useless conversations, he saddled Goldie and they set off towards the monsters. In the end, when Duan Fei arrived at the place, he noticed the road sign, and so he pulled it from the earth and knocked on the fence to attract the attention of the zombies, and everyone watching really thought that the guy was crazy. And Duan Fei asked his friend to stand still for a while and not help him, because Duan Fei wanted to test his abilities. Because in the past, he would never be able to handle such a bunch of zombies, but now the situation was completely different. And so it was quite possible, so he called the zombies closer in order to test his strength. In the end, as soon as the first ones got closer, he took their heads off with one blow and realized that he was noticeably stronger. But when he had dealt with some of the low-level ones in front of him, an awakened zombie with an initial rank of F appeared. But even though it was the lowest among its members, the difference between it and the regular zombies was noticeable. This zombie attacked immediately, but this was not a huge problem for Duan Fei, as he dodged it in time and thought that he was very lucky that the intelligence of these monsters was still at a primitive level. After that, he gave it a single blow, and when he looked at the mark in his hands and realized that this monster apparently had a special ability, impenetrable armor. But that didn't upset Duan Fei. He just smilingly warned the zombie that the zombie would become his punching bag for training. Eventually, some time passed, but the guy still did not return, and so Ling Wenwen already began to worry that something might have happened to him. But Jia Ke convinced everyone that they needed to act on the original plan and hoped that Duan Fei would join. But the rest of the team was madly dissatisfied, because it was obvious that the guy couldn't survive, because everyone had seen what a huge pack of monsters were coming at him, so if they continued to sit here, they wouldn't survive. After which the guy remarked that if they hadn't saved Duan Fei, they wouldn't be in this situation, so they had to get out of this place and go to the shelter while Duan Fei became the bait. But the disgruntled Jia Ke asked that Mr. Li should silence this guy. But the man stood to the side, explaining that they couldn't be sure that Duan Fei was still alive, so they needed to ride out. Especially since Duan Fei was clearly strong, and if he was alive, he would be able to find shelter without them. And then realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Jia Ke decided to check if Duan Fei was alive, and said that if she didn't return in half an hour, the squad was to be led by Mr. Li and take everyone to the shelter. But everyone tried, and to finish it, I explained that it was too dangerous, and although Jia Ke agreed with him, but explained that she still could not just leave Duan Fei and leave. But in the next moment, a zombie suddenly appeared right beside the girls, and the vicious snarl began to reach out his hands to grab them. But at that moment, Duan Fei came up in time and apologized for the delay, because there was a problem on the way. Then explained that he had already killed most of the zombies in the vicinity, so they could safely advance to the shelter. And with them for protection, he would send Goldie, who could protect them, so the road would be safer with him. And explained to the agitated girl who didn't understand his decision that Duan Fei urgently needed to find his sister who was waiting for him. He finally put everyone on Goldie and said that they would probably meet again when he came back for his sister, and they would go to the shelter together. Then finally introduced himself, and then Jia Ke thanked Duan Fei for his help, and asked him to come to the shelter after all, because they had so many things to talk about. Duan Fei calmly agreed and asked his friend to bring these people to the necessary place before 12 o'clock at night. Duan Fei thought that soon this revelation would be over, and there would be many awakened zombies, and although Goldie was also an entry-level monster, but he still hadn't awakened, so he could get hurt if he met someone really dangerous. And then he ran lightning fast towards his sister. But even though he was running as fast as he could, when he got there he was really shocked, because the whole house looked like some kind of violent shooting had taken place, and thought that maybe it was the work of the military. And Shinua did not answer for everything, and so the guy rushed to the upper floors, not understanding what happened, because now the military were busy building a shelter and it would be strange if they started shooting zombies. Eventually he got to the 12th floor and the first thing he saw was a broken door in a trashed apartment. So he immediately started running around the apartment looking for his sister without realizing where she could be. Eventually, all he found was an overturned wheelchair and a photo of them together that had been smashed. Duan Fei became unlike himself and swore to his sister that he would soon find her and save her from anyone who touched her and cut her into small pieces and dismantle her into atoms. Eventually, a bunch of bandits fought the zombies, but there were too many of them, and so the car just got stuck, unable to drive over the corpses. And turning to the boss guys asked what they should do, but he only smilingly said that they should not worry because he had already reported everything to his uncle and so they would soon send help. And now they had to protect the girl who was next to them, but she asked him unhappily, "Why is he doing this? Because everyone should have joined the same army and fought against the zombies together." But it seems to have made the guy laugh, because he obviously had no desire to die for the sake of others, because it is much easier to think only about himself, especially since he used the apocalypse to expand the power. At this moment, Duan Fei flew onto the hood of the car, and the bandits began to attack, shouting. Duan Fei did not appreciate such insolence. Duan Fei, with a few simple blows, disarmed the opponents and asked them in a pile of zombies. Then asked his sister if she was okay. At this point, the guy grabbed a knife and threatened to kill Shinua, but Duan Fei had no problem with that. He broke his arm in several places with a simple punch, and stated that this guy was a local bandit who used his Uncle Guan's martial law to do as he pleased. He carried this guy over a pack of zombies who started reaching for him with their hands, and the bandit was screaming, begging him not to throw to these things because he didn't want to do anything wrong. The next moment, helicopters appeared in the sky, and then the boy laughingly told Duan Fei that his death was near, for help had arrived. But Duan Fei threw this guy into a pile of zombies and watched them eat him, and the pilots from the helicopter relayed to the commander that his nephew had died because of the zombies. But the problem wasn't that he had failed. It was the guy who had condemned him to such a death, and they caught him on the spot and asked him what they should do with the guy. And then Guan ordered his military to get rid of anyone who had anything to do with his nephew's death. And then they started to follow the order and fire at and behind the helicopters. But when they saw that Duan Fei was pretty good at dodging those shots, they dropped the missile. But even that wasn't a problem for the young man. So he calmly walked into the first apartment he could find and opened the door, putting his sister on the couch and asking her to sit there for a while he dealt with those military men and promised his sister he'd come back. After that, he made his way outside and took the door and closed with them from the gunshots. But then Duan Fei noticed that there were other zombies gathered in the area, apparently attracted by the noise of the battle, and Duan Fei didn't realize what he should do. So he abruptly threw the doors into one pile of monsters and ran away at an incredible speed. The military officer who was watching him from the helicopter didn't understand who this guy was, after which he demanded that his comrade find some tall building where he could land in order for him to disembark, after which they should have followed Duan Fei, and we should have continued the attack. But the next moment the guy was attacked by the monster again, but no sooner had he turned around than the monster became more like a sieve. Duan Fei didn't understand if those people were really crazy, because they could hurt the survivors. But after Duan Fei realized that he had to get as far away as possible, Otherwise, his sister could be hurt, because she was not far away. Eventually, the military man had already landed on the roof, and so, since he was an excellent sniper, he took aim to shoot at Duan Fei. But Duan Fei heard the sound of the shot, so he ducked in time and the shot hit him in the shoulder. And Killer informed his companions that the guy hid in the building, and also that he was hit by a bullet, so his blood will definitely attract zombies. Sitting in a small shelter, Duan Fei pondered that if he didn't have time to dodge, just a couple of millimeters could have caused his death. But even in this place, he would not be able to find shelter because his blood attracted too many monsters, and it was with the help of these zombies that the military also found Duan Fei's location, so they launched a missile. Killer was watching the whole thing with a smile, thinking that no matter how agile the guy was, he would definitely not be able to survive something like this. And so they reported that the target had been destroyed. But the next moment, they saw some movement in the smoke. And when the smoke cleared, Goldie appeared and glared and growled furiously, threatening whoever dared to hurt his master. But Duan Fei didn't understand what they should do because they couldn't get to the helicopter. But then, as if sensing the guy's thoughts, Goldie concentrated, then glowed and started spewing lightning, and he also grew wings. And then looking at this picture, admiring Duan Fei, realized that his friend had eaten well on the way. The helicopter pilot was about to turn off, as he realized how unsafe this monster could be. But he saw that it had already started to approach with Duan Fei, and flying up on Goldie's wings, with one simple stroke he struck the helicopter and it started to fall down. And the pilots of the helicopter already realized that everything was over for them. And Killer, who was watching this from the side, thought about the fact that it was really unexpected, because in the assignment they were given, there was absolutely nothing said about such strong zombies. At this time, the pilots of the other helicopter did not understand where Duan Fei and his beast had gone, because while they were watching their fallen colleagues, they did not notice their disappearance. But at that moment, a guy appeared behind them with a smile and asked if they were looking for him, and they excitedly began to shout and demanded that he stay away. It was this noise that Killer heard, who excitedly addressed his colleagues, didn't understand what had happened to them, and started to go down the stairs in panic. And then he was informed that the ground squad had found a survivor, and the man smilingly thought that apparently his revenge was not over yet, and he would be able to deal with Duan Fei. At that moment, Duan Fei, who had dismantled the second helicopter, calmly turned to his friend and explained that his sister was here, whom he wanted to introduce to Goldie, but asked him not to scare her away. But at this moment, the man pointing his gun at Shinua stated that this girl was important to Duan Fei since he had come to pick her up. By this point, there were 10 minutes left until the end of Revelation. The agitated Duan Fei shouted at the man and ordered him to put away his weapon, for he knew that the man was obviously not after Shinua but him, so he agreed to voluntarily leave with the assassin if he let his sister go, then ordered Goldie to sit quietly, and as soon as the killer let his sister go, he would immediately go with her to the safe place and protect her. But Shinua kept crying and asking her brother to just leave her and run away, but he calmly explained that he wasn't going to do that, and he thought to himself that he didn't want to live with the guilt anymore. And Killer says the guy decided to stop running and act like a real man, but he got a report from the rest of the backup that the guy was in the kill zone. So they attacked him, but as the killer was getting excited, thinking that finally the mission was done and the target was down, they noticed that Goldie was still alive, and although he had fallen to the ground exhausted from the attack, he was still alive and breathing. And then Killer radioed to his friends and said that they had to move on to the next plan as this attack was not enough. But he didn't have time to do anything because at that moment Duan Fei came from behind, taking advantage of the effect of surprise, and with one blow pushed the man away from his sister. But the next attack came, and then the excited guy under fire ran to his sister to help her, and at the last moment he managed to grab her and cover her with his body as shots rang out behind them. Finally, when they were over, Shinua survived and looked over at her brother. Then she looked at her hands and noticed that they were all bloody and realized that her brother was really seriously injured, so she turned him over and started to try to bring him to his senses and cried endlessly, begging him to wake up. At this time, Killers got up on his feet and thought that he was extremely lucky that he had managed to cover the place where Duan Fei had hit him with his weapon in time. Otherwise, he would have definitely died, but was glad that they were able to win. Duan Fei opened his eyes and, wiping his sister's tears, explained that she really shouldn't have been upset, but he was sorry that he couldn't protect her properly. Then, slowly dying, he thought that he was madly glad that he could see his sister again. And although he realized his mistake and tried to fix it, but Shinua still almost died, and he wanted to give his life for his sister this time and apologize to her. Then his arm fell exhausted. At this moment, Shinua's eyes lit up with rage and began to study the strong energy, just as the revelation stage was completed, and then everything around was covered in snow, which didn't go unnoticed by the military. And the girl, filled with determination, wanted revenge and thought she needed to get stronger, because if she was strong, her brother would definitely be alive. She noticed Killer and attacked him with ice magic, warning him that she would never forgive him for that. And the agitated man screamed because he didn't understand what had happened, because people couldn't control any elements. At this time, the girl and Cao Si Long noticed that there was a strong enough signal, which meant the appearance of an S rank, which was quite surprising. But the signal abruptly disappeared, and so coordinated her ship she decided to go to that place to check everything by herself and noticed that one of the areas was completely covered with ice. At this time, Guan and his friend Luo Yang were playing and thinking about the situation in the world, and came to the conclusion that even though they didn't understand much, they obviously couldn't just sit around doing nothing. So Guan thought that they should not waste time on protecting unnecessary survivors, but instead concentrate all their energies. And then Luo Yang asked if the man had really started to recruit soldiers from unofficial groups. But he calmly explained that it was true, because those who trusted such groups at such a difficult moment would eventually gain power. But his Cao Si Long told Guan that an emergency had occurred. They had lost contact with the whole squad, and when the men heard about it, they immediately picked up the phone and contacted the reporter, calling them idiots for not being able to deal with the children. And rising from his seat began to pack up and explain to his friend that they had played a good game anyway, but suggested that he should not waste any more time building shelters, because he had better hand over all the powers to Guan to direct them to the right place. And Luo Yang reflected that perhaps he had indeed grown old and thought that his main task was to protect the civilians, but now the city had fallen, so it didn't matter. And so he asked his Cao Si Long what he thought about this situation, but the guy confidently said that he didn't think Luo Yang had aged, because he was still making the right decision and was needed. Happy with such kind words, Luo Yang thanked Cao Si Long and promised that as long as he was alive, he would protect the common people, then asked him to find out what Guan had said on the phone earlier. At this time, the rabbit told Yun Cao that they had a place to land, and then she gave the command to lower the height so that she could descend. Then she calmly jumped down, carefully climbing over the ice structures, and finally approached Duan Fei and his sister. And looking at the two guys who were unconscious, she realized that they were using too much power at once, and that's why they had lost consciousness, and the guy was dead, and thought that this girl had obviously only recently developed the skill, so it was odd that it was so powerful and interesting. And then the rabbit explained that according to her information, this was the fourth person with S rank, and Yun Cao confirmed her guess, because she was indeed the fourth of the 12 warriors. But what bothered the assistant was that, according to their information, this girl wasn't listed as having absolute 0, especially since the place of appearance didn't match. But the captain calmly explained that the girl was S rank anyway, so she was related to the firstborn and they had to take her to be dealt with, especially since there could have been 2 absolute 0s, and ended up taking the girl and flew to the next place, leaving Duan Fei in the same place, and eventually, when he was left alone, a tree of evolution appeared, which braided the guy's body, and also a notification appeared that his first-level rights had been opened. The roots of the tree that braided Duan Fei began to spread around, killing all the zombies in its path and absorbing their power. And so all the zombies turned into a huge web until all the life from them was gone and returned back to the guy. And then his heart, which had previously frozen, began to beat again with the help of this power. At this time, the aide came to Commander Luo Yang and reported what she had learned. Then provided a report there was a picture of Duan Fei and Shinua, and explained that the guy in the video was being chased by Commander Guan's men, and he was able to destroy them all by himself, but he was wounded. Then the whole area was covered in ice for reasons unknown to them. And at the end, strange beams that looked like tree roots started coming out of that place, and then the camera cut off. But also Cao Silong reported that at that time another person appeared, but his face was too blurred and he could not be seen. And then the commander heard about it and demanded. He really wanted any information about Duan Fei, so Cao Silong accepted the command and went straight away. And left alone, the commander was thinking about what had happened, because Guan's strength was increasing, and Luo Yang's capabilities had a limit, and this world needed a hero. Eventually, after a while, the roots began to return back into Duan Fei's body, and a notification appeared that he had been awarded 999 evolution points for killing zombies, and the automatic distribution began. And eventually, after a while, the guy opened his eyes and woke up, not realizing how he could have survived, then started calling for his sister. But when he looked around, he noticed that everything was covered in ice, and he started running around at breakneck speed. He realized that there was absolutely no sign of life, not even a zombie, and he still couldn't figure out where the ice was coming from. So he went to the evolution tree and wondered what had happened, because he was supposed to be dead. But now, he didn't have a scratch on him. And then he found out about the deification plan and the one and only attempt. And even though at first he didn't understand what that meant, he realized that he was able to awaken, and his abilities increased by one level, and then a notification appeared that he had awakened an ability in his past life, and so his rank was raised to level E soldier, and he was offered to see his abilities. His skill was absorption, which was quite strange because Duan Fei had never even heard of something like this before his rebirth, and there was no explanation for this skill. But he thought about the fact that it was possible to increase the level, but the rank of the skill remained in place, so it was a threshold that could not be exceeded. And then Duan Fei realized that he was one of the first awakened in this world with a top-rank ability. But afterward, he was shocked to think about what had recently happened when he was with his sister. After all, she had a similar reaction, and all that ice could have been her ability. But decided that if Shinue's body wasn't in that place, it meant that she had survived, and he would definitely need to deal with that later. But first, he needed to find out what had happened to him while he was unconscious. And finding himself in reality displeased, Duan Fei vowed to take revenge on those military men who were involved in everything that happened if their sister's disappearance was their fault. At this time, Cao Silong stopped by one of the shelters and warned the watchman to be very careful, because if zombies got into the place, there would be a lot of trouble. At this time, Guan looked at the car coming in and immediately realized that apparently they were looking for information about him, which only meant that Luo Yang's commander would not want to give him his soldiers. At this time, Duan Fei had already managed to return home and was taking a shower to freshen up a bit and think about what to do next. Of course, the best plan was to sneak into the hideout. He was very lucky that Zia Ke and her men were already there, but the deification plan could only be used once, so Duan Fei had no margin for error. In the end, it was morning, and looking at Jinyue's picture, Duan Fei promised that he would get to her very soon to rescue her and asked her to wait for him. In the end, the guy easily made his way through the zombies, but every time an alert informed him that he had failed to apply the absorption skill. Duan Fei thought it was some kind of mistake, But the next moment he noticed a huge awakened zombie, which did not hesitate to attack him. Its rank was F, and then looking at it, Duan Fei immediately realized that its specialty was the rage skill, and this type of skill was common, but it was still unpleasant to fight it. But he calmly grabbed this monster's arm while it was trying to hit him, and then he kicked him in the face hard enough to make the zombie unconscious. And then he was about to kill him, but thought about his skill, because perhaps with such creatures it could work. And at this moment he activated the skill thinking that previously used it, only she did not awaken zombies, and he was interested to see what could happen. Everything around him glowed with different kinds of energy, and that meant only one thing, that everything really worked out. And then a branch of his ability appeared in the form of rage to activate it, which still needed to gather 99% of the energy. And then the shocked guy, seeing the full picture, realized that he could activate more than one ability, although he remembered from his past life that there were very few people. But now he was sure that if he had enough energy and shards, he would have more abilities. And without the gene restriction, he could evolve almost indefinitely, which meant he could become insanely strong. But in the next moment, he was struck by an unknown purple force like lightning, and then an earthquake started. And then he looked back and saw a giant awakened beast in front of him. But the earth shook again, and the earth was again pierced by lightning, and everything around him was lit up with a bright light, and all the dust rose from the shock. But when the boy opened his eyes, she saw that it was Goldie who had come to the aid of his master, and standing in front of him began to defend him. And the guy was really glad that his friend had survived the battle and was okay. Duan Fei finally got a hold of himself and explained to Goldie that they should not relax now, and asked his friend to move away so that he could defeat the monster. But he calmly pushed Duan Fei away, and showed with all his appearance that he would like to handle it himself. But the excited guy inquired if Goldie was sure for sure. After all, this monster was bigger than him. But Goldie calmly explained that he was not afraid of him at all. But then, when the monster itself was fed up with their conversations, he got angry, and approaching began to attack. And then, looking at this picture, Duan Fei calmly stated that the monster clearly broke patience, so he asked his friend to deal with him. Goldie was seriously angry, spread his wings and roared furiously at his opponent. And then looking at this picture, Duan Fei realized that his friend had awakened his abilities. As a result, the fight began, and Goldie immediately attacked his opponent, trying to bite through his shell, and he roared furiously in pain and horror, throwing Goldie away from him. And then he flew up into the sky where it was impossible to reach him, and then with fury attacked his opponent without giving him time to come to his senses and make another attack. He then ripped out his tail in one swift motion and pinned it to the ground so that the monster could not break free, but it still made an attempt. And then the flaming Goldie pinned him to the ground, cutting off all escape routes, then began to gather fire in his chest. And like a dragon attacking a monster and then looking at it, Duan Fei realized that apparently Goldie had evolved twice. Finally, Goldie was able to deal with that monster and fried it, and looking at that, Duan Fei was very proud because his friend was able to evolve twice, and his appearance and even the fire had changed. And that helped him to survive in the middle of the ice that Jin Yue had made. And that meant that Goldie was getting stronger and stronger. Eventually, approaching Goldie, Duan Fei congratulated him on his evolution and praised him for dealing with their enemy so skillfully, but explained that it would be hard for him to move around at that size, and asked him to shrink down. Goldie then became a little dog like when he was a puppy, but after looking him over, Duan Fei advised him to remove his wings, for otherwise he would be very conspicuous. And then he followed his master's request, though he was a little offended at not being allowed to keep his wings. And then praising Goldie, Duan Fei looked around and felt that there were plenty of signs of life around them, because his detection skill was already at level 5, so the area of effect was quite increased. And then he sensed that there were several survivors and also a huge pack of monsters nearby, so he ordered Goldie to go with him, although he thought that there might be military personnel at that place, because he could feel the shooting. At this time, Commander Yun Kao contacted the chief, who asked how they were doing, and she calmly explained that although the situation was calm, but something unexpected had happened that she wanted to discuss. After all, they arrived at the place where the shard should have been, but it was no longer there. And in its place, they found a warrior of S rank, whose skill is absolutely 0. But this girl was not on the list, and so they took her away and waited for further instructions. Then the man hesitantly said that they had to deliver this girl immediately, and Yun Kao immediately agreed, then requested that the rabbit take the necessary course, and she happily complied with the command. As a result, at this time, the military ended up fighting a whole crowd of zombies trying to hold back their defenses, but they didn't have enough power to overpower them all. The two acquaintances also met in this place, and so Dajian didn't understand what Chao Silong was doing in this place, not with Commander Luo Yang, and he explained that he was here on a mission. But it seems Guan did something to his car, and asked what happened to Dajian, and he explained that he was accompanying the scientists and leading them to the shelter, but suddenly lightning struck their car and disabled it, and they had to move to the abandoned car. But he explained that the people they were protecting were very important scientists for their future, but the situation was obviously dire as their pulse supply was running low. So he asked Chao Silong to take the scientists to the safe place while he held off the onslaught of monsters. But Chao Silong was obviously against something like that because it was literally suicide, so his friend couldn't hold off the zombies alone. But the guy explained that he really had no other choice. At that moment suddenly appeared Zombie Giant, and so all the military realized that they urgently need reinforcements, because with such a thing, they will not be able to cope. The man rushed forward, calling off the rest of the military and explaining that they needed to protect the scientists, so he ordered the others to retreat. But when they didn't want to, Chao Silong gave the order, realizing that he needed to help his comrade, and so he ordered everyone else who was under his command to retreat back to protect the scientists. As a result, the zombies pounced on Dajian, and he got ready to repel their attack. After that, he was attacked by more zombies, which he dealt with his bare hands, and then Chao Silong realized that they should not delay, otherwise this guy's sacrifice would be in vain. After which he ordered the military to accompany the scholars and also take care of their teacher, then left as far away as possible. But the next moment something flew past the guys, and when he looked around he saw that it was his friend, who was very exhausted from the battle and also from earlier. And behind them came a zombie who was aiming at the scientist, but the scientist didn't seem to show any sign of fear. At this moment, Duan Fei along with Goldie came into the battle just in time, and with one simple move, he made a huge friend of the monster, then activated his ability and began to absorb its power. As a result, he got 1% of the rage skill from it. And then looking at Duan Fei, Chao Silong immediately guessed who the guy was and why he came here. And Duan Fei was madly surprised, but Chao Silong asked Duan Fei for help. But before agreeing, Duan Fei asked who this guy was under the command of, and when he found out that his commander was not his sworn enemy, he still agreed to help. Before doing so, Chao Silong introduced himself and gave the name of his commander, and said that they knew the whole situation with Guan and why Duan Fei had come here. And then thinking about the name of Commander Luo Yang, Duan Fei immediately remembered this man. After all, in the past life after the apocalypse, mankind had fallen into hell, but this elderly general had protected mankind until the end of his days. And he did everything he could, from shelters to federal bases, and he protected the last piece of virgin land for mankind, and was the hope for all people. And then Chao Silong said that their commander had found out what Duan Fei was really going through, and that's why Luo Yang wanted to meet him in person. And that's why they had to go back to the shelter. The next moment there was an explosion. Duan Fei immediately sensed something wrong, and then from the smoke came another infected who was obviously more dangerous than all the previous ones. Duan Fei immediately realized that the battle would be tough, and asked Chao Silong to leave, because it would be too dangerous in this place, and Cao Long needed to take care of the wounded, and asked his faithful friend to watch over the scientists and the rest of the military, but not to reincarnate unnecessarily. But Goldie began to shiver with fear for Duan Fei, but still complied with his master's request. And then preparing his weapon and looking at the enemy, Duan Fei immediately realized that he was an awakened zombie, and there were ordinary zombies around him, against which it was not necessary to use his skill. At this moment, spreading his arms, the guy sent all the other low-level zombies into battle, and then Duan Fei thought that maybe this guy could control them. But it was strange, because zombies with leadership skills should have appeared much later. But the next moment he was attacked by lightning, and then looking around the crowd he realized that it could only be the awakened. But it was strange because that meant that he was using the other zombies to divert his attention, and so he already had intelligence. And the speed of evolution was much faster than he remembered from his memories. And thinking about it, Duan Fei tried to figure out what it was, because if it continued like this, there should also be zombies with the rank of lord or king. At this time, Dajian came to his senses and told his comrades that it was the zombie who had thrown the lightning at their car, causing it to stop working, and did not understand why Duan Fei was now fighting alone. But Cao Long calmly explained that this guy was the hero Luo Yang was talking about and could really defeat that zombie. There was an explosion, so shrapnel started falling on everyone, which could hit not only the scientists but also the injured. So Goldie reacted quickly and reincarnated into his true form, and then became a little puppy again when he made sure everyone was okay. Then Goldie started to look around, analyzing the situation to see if there was any danger or not. But it seems the girl scientist noticed him right away and wondered if this little puppy had recently turned into a huge winged wolf. And then in a panic, Goldie remembered that his master had warned him earlier that if anyone found out about his true form, he wouldn't be allowed into the sanctuary. And he became very worried. So he behaved like a real puppy and started rolling on his back, and looking at this picture, Duan Fei thought with a smile that he had previously asked him not to do such a thing. But now it was not the most important thing. Another monster came to support the awakened one, and then Duan Fei looked at it in shock and realized that this zombie was much stronger because it could control other awakened ones as well. As a result, the zombie threw a part of the wall at Duan Fei, and Duan Fei had time to shout to the scientists and military men to duck. After that, he attacked that zombie and thought that he must not be the only one who had undergone accelerated evolution, because zombies were also capable of it, and he needed more strength to deal with all of them. In the end, looking at this battle, no one could believe that Duan Fei was really a human, and Goldie looked at his master proudly. In the end, the guy realized to activate the absorption skill and touch the zombie, and received a percentage of the fury skill. After that, he headed towards the remaining serious opponent, who was really furious that his support was destroyed and started to attack. But Duan Fei was faster, so he, approaching, touched the zombie, activating his skill, and gained 1% lightning skill. In the end, as soon as they won, the scientists immediately went back to work and started to look at one of the crystals. And then the scientists stated that the guesses were correct, and since yesterday, similar crystals began to appear in the dead. But then the scientist got distracted and came up to Duan Fei and greeted him and thanked him for saving him. The scientist's name was Zhang Tianxin, and then looking at him, Duan Fei immediately realized that this scholar was the greatest in the world, and he had never met such people in the past. This man was a professor, and together with his team he was able to get energy from monster nuclei, and thanks to him, genetic medicines had appeared. And in the worst of times, it was this invention that helped ordinary people wake up. And right now he was standing in front of a man so great he'd given people a chance to fight monsters. And that's why he shook the scientist's hand and explained his reaction by the fact that he was very surprised by their meeting. But after the scientist was called to the awakened zombie, and they ran away to study it, and the guy was approached by the wounded Dajian, who thanked him for saving him. But Duan Fei calmly explained that they needed a car, But Chao Si-long calmly explained that it wasn't worth worrying about since he had already sent the military to search for it. In the end, at this time, the astonished professor didn't realize that his research was wrong because the two monsters didn't have any core. And then he realized that he had overlooked something because it seemed to him that he could easily use their crystals. But in this case, if they were not all monsters, then it meant trying. And the excited Duan Fei thought about the fact that the professor had already started his work, and now he had to do something to keep his skill unrevealed, but at the same time not let the professor stop his research. So he went over and asked what happened, and then the professor showed him the crystal and explained that he needed to understand where the crystals came from and how they could be used. And then looking it over, Duan Fei awkwardly explained that he called such things genetic nuclei, and he had seen such things many times before, and when he ate them, he stopped harder. But the excited scientist did not understand how Duan Fei could act so recklessly, because such crystals were taken out of the insides of monsters. But he explained that the first time really felt discomfort, but after he was able to go through the evolution of power. And then thinking about it, the professor stated that it was really amazing because he did not become a zombie, and explained that 30% of the energy could be obtained from this core, but the other 70% were infected with a virus. So this kind of thing was really very dangerous, and thought that they needed to get rid of the virus somehow or suppress it to make the stones much safer. And Duan Fei was delighted that he'd managed to make amends, because the scientist immediately started to develop his idea and didn't abandon the research. He then explained that he could accidentally destroy the nuclei of those monsters during the battle, but he convinced the professor that his research was correct because each of them had a nucleus. And then thinking about it, the scientist admired Duan Fei's intelligence and told the military man that they should go to the shelter as soon as possible because he needed to start new research. Eventually they found a car, and in the car, Chao Si-long asked Duan Fei if it was true that eating nuclei made Duan Fei stronger, because many military men had become stronger without genetic nuclei, but he wanted to try such methods to strengthen himself. But Duan Fei explained that he was eating the cores of the first awakened, but it was also dangerous because Chao Si-long could become a zombie, so he should wait until the end of the professor's research, and explained to the agitated military man that he shouldn't have waited long, and thought that zombies had evolved very quickly, and with Duan Fei's help, medicine could be pushed forward. On seeing the agitated guy, Duan Fei inquired about the reason, and then Chao Si-long explained that Captain Guan was gathering the awakened soldiers while Luo Yang was wasting time on the hideout, so he wanted to protect their captain. At this moment, Duan Fei was filled with determination and explained that there was no way he would lose to Guan, and he thought to himself that no one had heard of Guan in his past life, which meant that he had clearly lost to Captain Luo Yang. Eventually they reached the nearest shelter, and then looking around it, Duan Fei said with admiration that Luo Yang was really good at his job. After all, it was built in just a few days. But Chao Si-long explained that most of the awakened ones had followed Guan, but there were still those who were loyal to Luo Yang and helped in the construction, so it was progressing quite fast. As soon as they got out of the car, Duan Fei noticed an agitated girl who had lost control of her moped and therefore couldn't stop. But he stopped the vehicle with one easy movement and then caught the girl, who fell out of it because of the speed. Lan San thanked the guy for saving her. She saw Chao Si-long at the post office and was surprised and happy that he was alive, because he hadn't contacted her for a long time and everyone thought he was dead. Then she explained that she had come to see off the new survivors, and Chao Si-long ordered to take Dajian to the infirmary and the scientist to the lab, and she happily agreed to do so. Then Chao Si-long turned to Duan Fei and explained that now he had to step back and report everything to the captain, and asked Duan Fei to go through the inspection procedure with the rest of the new arrivals, and he would arrange for them to meet. But he warned Duan Fei to be careful, because Captain Guan was here, and he had a special influence in these places, so Duan Fei should not do anything stupid. Duan Fei realized that Chao Si-long was right and he shouldn't take any risks, especially since there were resources in this camp to find his sister. In the end, Lan San turned to all the arrivals and explained that they had to pass the inspection, and although they started to argue, she explained that these were the rules that could not be broken. Duan Fei thought that this was indeed the right thing to do, because violating the security measures could lead to more tragedies, which he had already witnessed. Duan Fei went for a checkup and then he met Ling Wenwen, who happily couldn't believe that it was really Duan Fei. Then she explained that he had recently slept with their group, and then Duan Fei smilingly asked if they were doing well after arriving at this place and asked how Xia Ke was doing. The awkward Ling Wenwen informed that Xia Ke was much stronger than her, so she had a great position, but there was a small problem recently. Duan Fei then calmly explained that he wanted to leave Goldie to be tested, because if there was a virus in it, it would be bad for everyone in the place. And Ling Wenwen happily looked at the puppy and thought that it was the same puppy they had used to leave that dangerous place and get to the shelter. As Duan Fei left, he said that his friend was unusual and a beast, but he was big and obedient. And Ling Wenwen suggested that they all have dinner together, as Xia Ke was obviously happy to see the boy, and he agreed. Eventually, Duan Fei took all the necessary tests, after which he was informed of the rules, and he passed on to the waiting area. And then the military came in with the results and called the guy over. They grabbed him and explained that he was infected and therefore he had to go to quarantine and started to take him out. But he obviously didn't want to obey, so they threatened him. Then when he did agree, the military officer calmly explained that everyone else was clean so they could go through to the shelter, but asked that Duan Fei stay. And then the guy was immediately wary, but when he approached, the man calmly asked his name and then explained that he was a rather important guest, so he would like to show him a rather nice room to stay in. In the room, Duan Fei took out the photos and started to remember his sister, trying to figure out where she was now. At this time, the girl was in a flask in the laboratory where she was being analyzed, but they couldn't find what they needed because it wasn't that simple. Ling Wenwen came and suggested Duan Fei to go to the dining room for dinner, and even Goldie was very happy about such a suggestion. After thanking Duan Fei, he admitted that he didn't even recognize Ling Wenwen from her clothes. She explained that her workday was over. They would also come to the dining room and was to come to Xia Ke, for whom Duan Fei's appearance would be a surprise. And at Duan Fei's request, Ling Wenwen explained what the problem was, because Xia Ke was able to awaken, and Captain Guan was trying to lure her to his side. Even though the girl refused, she was still not left behind, which made Duan Fei incredibly angry, because this commander was acting too brazenly and something definitely needed to be done about it. But an alarm sounded due to a conflict situation in the dining room on the third floor, so reinforcements were requested to check the situation. Ling Wenwen explained that it was likely that those people had come to Xia Ke again and pestered her. After all, this was not the first time this situation had happened. Duan Fei then walked forward and demanded to be taken to the dining room where all this was happening as soon as possible. Ling Wenwen's assumption was true, and the man approached the girl and explained that Captain Guan had praised her abilities, so it was better for her to join the group. But the disgruntled Xia Ke explained that no matter what offer was made to her, she would not accept it because she was not attracted to Guan's politics, so she asked them to leave. At this point, the man wanted to attack her, but was blocked by a guy who asked Xia Ke to think twice about their proposal. When she refused again, he obviously didn't like it, and explained that Captain Luoyang was too old and Xia Ke was too talented, so she needed to choose the right side. But angry at such insults, she activated her awakening and silenced the guy. And they grudgingly admitted that the girl's telekinesis was really incredible, because they were literally shaking, and they finally realized why Xia Ke needed their captain so much. But they explained that she was not the only one who had the power, because one of them had a metal transformation and the other had the element of fire. Then the guy attacked Xia Ke with fire because she was supposed to go with him and join their group. But when the clash seemed to be inevitable, Duan Fei joined the fight and looked at the attackers with a displeased look after dispelling the magic. The man, noticing Duan Fei, demanded that he be driven away as soon as possible because he was in their way and following orders. The guy activated Awakening and asked his colleague to hold Duan Fei back so that they could deliver a crushing blow, since no one could penetrate the metal armor. Duan Fei originally planned to try out her absorption on these people, but in the event that they died, he would definitely be kicked out of the shelter, so he had to fight with his bare hands. But the metal transformation was a third of his strength, and the man who was struck by something like this immediately flew off to the other side of the dining room. And so, realizing Duan Fei's strength, the second attacker had to bow down and beg not to be killed because they weren't doing anything wrong. But Duan Fei wasn't going to let it go, so he hit the guy with great force. And Xia Ke couldn't believe that Duan Fei had defeated the two, awakened with just 2 punches. But he didn't forget Pro, who gave the orders, so he, displeased, went to the man who ordered Duan Fei to stand back, because he was Captain Guan's subordinate, so Duan Fei couldn't do anything to him, and threatened Duan Fei to mind his own business or else Guan would know about him. But that didn't bother him at all because he grabbed the man and lifted him into the air, causing him to shake and gasp for air. And Xia Ke, realizing the seriousness of it, asked Duan Fei to let the man go, because if he dies, they are in trouble. At this point, reinforcements arrived to surround the rioters and arrest them, and the captain stated that Duan Fei was really fed up with life, for he dared to raise his hand against the guardian of order. But the disgruntled fellow activated his ability to ask if they had the strength to fight him, because of which the man was displeased, because it was a direct threat to the people who were in the asylum by law, and warned that his behavior would get him banned from the asylum. Duan Fei had originally planned to deal with the man, and after all he was under Captain Guan's command, but Xia Ke stopped him, explaining that Captain Luo Yang would be in serious trouble. And so the two of them let themselves be grabbed, and the man kept shouting orders to deal with Duan Fei and Xia Ke, but he wanted the guy to be left to him afterward. They were being introduced, and Duan Fei asked Xia Ke to find out about a girl named Shinua. Xia Ke guessed that it was his sister. Duan Fei explained that he lost his sister to Commander Guan and didn't know where she was now, but Shinua had an unusual ability, and he was afraid that she might have been forced to work for Guan. A worried Xia Ke agreed to help and hoped the guy could find his sister. Other survivors gathered in the dining room to discuss what had happened, and that the unknown guy had saved Xia Ke and was able to defeat the 2 awakened ones, which was unbelievable. A worried Ling Wenwen, who didn't know how she could help her friends in such a situation, was watching. Duan Fei smiled and asked the girl not to worry, while Goldie asked her to be obedient and follow Ling Wenwen's requests in everything. The man asked Duan Fei to leave Duan Fei near the basement and Xia Ke to take him to the reception area. After following the order, the doors opened and then a staircase leading to the distance opened in front of him. Duan Fei realized that if Shinua was in this shelter after waking up, she had either become Guan's subordinate, which Xia Ke could soon verify, or she had been arrested for insubordination, which Duan Fei could now verify. But when he entered, he saw the men sitting there. The whole place smelled of blood. It was obvious that the unwanted had been executed here. The man ordered his henchmen to show Duan Fei why it was impossible to disobey his orders and explained that even if Duan Fei died, no one would remember him. Then, realizing that his sister was not in this place, Duan Fei broke his chains because he should not have wasted his time on something like this. After that, Duan Fei took down one of the men with a single swing, then grabbed the other attacker and threw him away. Then, standing up on his hands, he attacked 5 of them with his legs. Duan Fei was now able to easily defeat several men who were street boxers, as well as the best of the best warriors. When everyone was defeated, realizing the situation, the man took out a vial explaining that it was the zombie virus, and threatened that if he died, Ling Wenwen would definitely be poisoned by this virus. But Duan Fei, dissatisfied with his threats, only demanded that he try to threaten him again as boldly. But along with the guards, Commander Chao Si-long came down to the basement, and then that man was agitated. Looking around him, did not understand what he was doing here. And Chao Si-long explained that he had been informed that the man had committed a lynching here. But he started to complain unhappily, pointing to his wounded soldiers that Duan Fei had defeated, and also talked about the two officers when he was in the mess hall. But Chao Si-long was undeterred and grabbed him by the arm and demanded an explanation as to where he had gotten the stolen forbidden cheesecloth from the laboratory, for the man clearly did not understand the consequences of using this cheesecloth. Chao Si-long got angry and ordered the man to be taken away and reported to the captain, because in this case, no one would be able to save him. In the end, the military began to take him out, and Duan Fei smilingly remarked that such a thing could obviously not hurt him, although he was grateful for the help. Chao Si-long explained that he was worried about those who had attacked Duan Fei because they didn't want any more dead bodies. Duan Fei took the opportunity to ask for something, but Chao Si-long reassured him that he understood his request and decided to move to a place where they could smell the sharp smell of blood. When the elevator arrived, they found themselves in Captain Luo Yang's office, and then closing the door behind them, the assistant explained that they would have a conversation. The captain, left alone, greeted Duan Fei and invited him to drop all formalities and just sit down to talk. Duan Fei agreed even though he didn't understand why he had been summoned. In his past life, he had only seen the statue of Captain Luo Yang, and it was amazing to see him right in front of him, for he looked like an ordinary man, but his scrutinizing gaze was alarming. Captain Luo Yang confessed that he guessed the true purpose of Duan Fei's arrival at this hideout. Guan had sent assassins against the boy and his younger sister, after which the girl had disappeared, and realizing that the man knew about everything, the guy warned that he didn't intend to just forgive the likes of them and he would take revenge. Captain Luo Yang revealed that at the beginning of the apocalypse, he and Guan were comrades and both were military men, but Guan cared about power and his wealth, not other people. The captain knew about all of Guan's plans because he wanted to take over the safe house and the man was determined to stop him, and explained that he intended to fight Guan. And now they were clearly not in a good position, so they needed Duan Fei's help. The guy asked what kind of strength Guan possessed. Captain Luo Yang explained that he possessed half of the army and was secretly recruiting all the awakened ones. And according to Captain Luo Yang, Guan already had about 100 awakened while they only had 20, so the strength was too different. But Duan Fei noticed that the captain still had a chance since he owned the laboratories that were under his control. After thinking about it, Captain Luo Yang confessed that Guan had no interest in the parts of the shelter that didn't directly help in the battle. The guy realized how great a chance this was because surely Chao Si-long had already told him that people could also awaken. Captain Luo Yang was shocked because, although Chao Si-long remembered such a thing, Luo Yang didn't know how possible it was. Duan Fei explained that they could also obtain the source weapon because there was a special material inside the zombie, namely the genetic nuclei, and with the help of them, they could obtain a powerful weapon that would not only help in fighting Guan, but also in defending against zombie attacks. After hearing such things, Captain Luo Yang first thought that it might just be a lie because it sounded unbelievable. Duan Fei realized that his words were hard to believe, so he borrowed a pen and paper, then began to draw and write. Having given the captain the basic idea of creating a source weapon, after reading the written, men could not believe that it was really true. But Duan Fei asked him to show it to the professor because he would obviously be delighted. Captain Luo Yang realized that this guy obviously could not be an ordinary university student, since not even a week had passed since the apocalypse began, and he possessed a lot of information as well as many secrets. So the captain explained that this idea belonging to Duan Fei could obviously save humanity, and bowed and thanked the guy. Duan Fei convinced Captain Luo Yang that he shouldn't have been thanked and was very grateful that the man didn't question him about the source of the information and allowed him to freely keep the secret. After proceeding to his request showing the photo of his sister, and explained that Guan might have kidnapped her, and he wanted Captain Luo Yang to handle the verification. After looking at the photo, the captain explained to Duan Fei that things were not that simple with his sister, then gave him a tablet with a video that had the surveillance footage from when his sister went missing. And then seeing it, Duan Fei was really shocked, and the captain explained that at first he also thought Guan was the culprit. But after a while, he realized that he was not involved at all because Duan Fei's sister was probably kidnapped by some unknown organization. After realizing this thought, the guy could not accept it because apparently she was now not here, but in another shelter, which seemed literally impossible because during the first wave did not exist no other shelters. Especially since at that moment he didn't sense anyone else's presence, and it was probably the same woman he suspected, but didn't understand why she needed Shinua's strength. But seeing Duan Fei's confusion, Captain Luo Yang vowed that for the rest of his life he would help the guy to find his sister. Duan Fei calmly thanked, and he wondered why was Shinua their target. The captain gave him the box explaining that previously he wanted to defeat Guan without genetic weapons. At first Duan Fei didn't understand what it was. On opening the box, the man activated an ability that surrounded his hand and turned it into an incredible killing tool. There was an ancient civilization that was left behind by God. In the history of mankind, countless myths and legends have been left in this world. And according to the myths and legends, the gods created the world, created humans, the sky, the earth, and cast away the power. They left behind evidence such as relics like this, which were proof of the existence of a higher power. The relics possessed mysterious power, the wisdom of a race imprisoned, in fact. Such weapons were superior to ordinary weapons many times over. As the men continued to explore, they learned of a hidden place called the Ancient Ruins. The captain explained that the small cube he provided Duan Fei was a relic of an ancient civilization, the armor of the heavenly god. The delighted Duan Fei only wondered if the captain possessed the information where the ancient ruins were located. The captain explained that he had been a commander for 40 years, and his motive was to protect such a secret, and these ruins were under the shelter. Unfortunately, the captain now had only one relic, because with their technology, we had a hard time extracting relics without destroying the ancient ruins, so they only had access to the first floor, but soon they would be able to open the second floor. Duan Fei remembered that to defeat Guan, Captain Luo Yang had to unravel the second floor of the ancient ruins. The captain hoped that Duan Fei could help them increase the mining tempo of the ruins and speed up the opening of the second floor. As a reward, he could take any relic he liked as a reward. Duan Fei agreed but reminded that he also needed help finding his sister. In that case, he would help with the ancient ruins. Captain Luo Yang agreed and decided to discuss some direction ideas for the construction of the shelter and wanted to get some advice from Duan Fei. The assistant had been waiting outside the door all this time, so Duan Fei apologized because they had been talking for too long. When they realized it was already morning, but Chao Silong calmly offered to help Duan Fei get back to the room. Duan Fei explained that there was no need for Duan Fei to get some rest. In the office, after contacting the assistant, the captain asked to be connected to the professor, and then explained to the excited man that he wanted to show him something and asked when the professor would be free. But the professor said that he was very inspired by Duan Fei on one development, and he was absorbed in his work, so he had no reason to be distracted. The commander explained that he also received information from a guy, and the guy convinced that the professor would be happy when he saw it. The professor confessed that he never expected that two old men like them would need a young guy to help them, and Commander Luo Yang remarked that he was previously very worried about Guan's advancement as well as this epidemic, but with the appearance of Duan Fei, he became calmer. Also, Duan Fei had strengthened his desire to fight on for humanity, so he was filled with energy as if he was 20 years old again. And the professor explained that it was called hope, which they were able to regain from the young guy who suddenly appeared. At that moment, Goldie ran up to the master, cheerfully greeted him, followed by Xia Ke and Ling Wenwen, explaining that Goldie broke out as soon as he smelled the master's scent. But Duan Fei asked Xia Ke how she was feeling. She explained that right after she was captured, the commander had sent people to fetch her in order to get her back. She also went into the archive, and Duan Fei's sister was not on the list of the awakened. After hearing that, their boyfriend only quietly suggested that they go out to eat, because they could talk later. Guan found out that Duan Fei had sneaked into the hideout, and was very displeased, for surely Captain Luo Yang knew that he had conflicts with Duan Fei, but still took him under his control, and that meant that he intended to wage a serious battle for power. So he ordered to continue recruiting awakened and intensify the training of the awakened unit, and thought that the captain would not be able to defeat him. After all, it had been 30 years, and the captain had always overpowered him. But now it was Guan's turn to wield the power of authority. At this time, the replacement observer came to the shelter, and his comrade explained that he should not have worried about anything, because under the command of Captain Luo Yang was very safe. But the guy explained that they had better be careful, because if the zombies got inside, they could be in serious trouble. Then he changed his face and excitedly reported that there were too many zombies ahead. So an alarm sounded throughout the shelter, warning everyone of the danger and asking those unable to fight to take cover. Then began evacuating the survivors to their rooms so that they could close up and stay in one piece. The captain was also informed of this, and he was really shocked because 15 kilometers away, there was a large group of zombies moving towards their base, and they would be arriving at the shelter in another 2 hours, and it was estimated that there were over 10,000 zombies. Then the captain realized that they couldn't handle that many zombies because their shelter was still under construction, so he demanded that another commander be allowed immediately. Contacting Guan, he explained that he was obliged to know what was happening now at his base. The latter reported that he already knew about it and explained that if they could get close to the base, the shelter would be destroyed in minutes, and his awakened squad was the only means capable of defeating the zombies. But he had a condition under which he was willing to send that support: for Captain Luo Yang to grant him all his military powers, which made Captain Luo Yang furious, because even now Guan wanted power and authority, although the case was serious and concerned people's lives. Guan explained that during the apocalypse, only with absolute power could rule as a king, but if Captain Luo Yang gave him consent, the people would be saved as Captain Luo Yang would have wanted them to be, and explained that he should have made his choice. Understand the situation, Captain agreed to Guan to help them deal with the crisis, so that he would hand over the authority to him, and he immediately hung up the phone to hand over the command. Hearing this, agitated Chao Silong did not understand how Commander Luo Yang could agree to hand over his authority to him, but he asked the guy not to get angry. He realized that they had no other choice but to ask Guan for help. He couldn't take advantage now when he had so many lives on his conscience, and he didn't understand why it was now, because he needed a little more time. Guan demanded that his assistant move all their troops to the front lines to fight the zombies, and he had to mobilize all the forces, for he didn't want his hideout to be damaged. And it was also a great opportunity to show his true strength in front of Commander Luo Yang. The fighters were being trained, and no one believed that they could really handle it, because only Commander Guan's awakened squad was capable of such a thing. But at this moment, everyone turned to the commander, explaining that a large wave of zombies was approaching. However, they did not have to worry and should not be afraid. After all, they would defend their sanctuary at all costs. Also now, 2/3 of the refugees' forces had gone to the front. Commander Guan sent an awakened unit to the front, so he promised everyone that they would be able to block the advance of the zombies, and those who remained in the rear are obliged to defend the camp and guard every entrance and exit. After all, they were the last line of defense, and the warriors had to fight to protect the ordinary people they were guarding. They had to put aside their own ego and fight with all their might. The warriors cheerfully supported their captain. When Duan Fei saw such a commotion, he didn't realize what had happened. Then Cao Silong ran up to him and informed him of the situation, and that they were being attacked by about 10,000 zombies, so their commander was forced to ask for Guan's help. The commander also agreed to hand over the military authority after the crisis, and considering Duan Fei's past with Guan, the Luoyang commander, was afraid of being harmed, so he asked him to hide. After that, they would have agreed on everything, but Duan Fei was shocked because he needed to meet with Luoyang's commander urgently and didn't understand why he wasn't warned that he was going to hand over military authority. Cao Silong explained that the commander had already gone to the front line to admonish the soldiers in battle, and so Cao Silong also needed to hurry and had no time left. Handed him the map of the refuge. The guy showed him the escape routes and leaving promise to take care of Ling Wenwen and Xia Ke, so Duan Fei had nothing to worry about. In a panic, Duan Fei didn't understand why the wave of zombies appeared so early. After all, in his life it was only a month later, and there were 500,000 zombies at the stage, and even though there were fewer now, it would still be a problem to cope. At this time, zombies in a huge crowd were already heading to the shelter and military equipment to deal with them. Having arrived at the place of transfer, the group began to attack the zombies from tanks, destroying them. Also, the attack was conducted from military helicopters. Everything around was burning and exploding. The zombies were gradually dying, but there were too many of them, and although they were killing many of them, there were too many of them. And the wave kept moving towards the shelter, and the military was almost out of gunpowder in their tanks, which made it impossible for them to continue their attacks. Then the man demanded that everyone call headquarters as soon as possible to call for reinforcements, and reported that they were the advance team. Their power was not enough to hold back the wave of zombies while they continued to advance. At that moment, Captain Guan's awakened squad arrived and explained that from now on they would be in command, then asked the military to hand it over to them, and the guy reflected that after much training, they would finally be able to fight in a real battle, after which they began the offensive. In the end, the fight was successful and everyone used their abilities, which ordinary people could not believe because they could not fight off zombies with their own strength. One of the awakened only happily remarked that killing such zombies was too easy, like crushing ants. But at that moment, the arrogant guy didn't notice the next attack, and even though he was warned, he couldn't react, so his body split in half. And shaking with fear, Awakened did not believe that here were also awakened zombies. And their awakened people were only about 200 people, and their number was quite enough to cope with ordinary zombies. But the awakened zombies were too much of a challenge. Although they had advantages in combat, they were outnumbered. At this time, everyone was standing on the wall of the shelter, and then Commander Guan reported that 50 awakened zombies had already died in battle. He ordered them to retreat immediately and explained to Commander Luoyang that they could not allow the awakened men to sacrifice themselves, as they had to regroup and get equipment from the shelter. Then the captain asked Cao Silong how much firepower they had left. It was not enough because the arrival of the zombies was too sudden and they had no military supplies. Besides, the squad in front of you had already used up about half of it. The captain realized that they had to hold out to the last man and asked Cao Silong to form a team and set up mines in front of the shelter and ask Xia Ke to get the civilians out, and if necessary they had to start the last defense and close the shelter. After listening to the order, the guy immediately agreed, and then a new order came. Each of the guys had to manage the defense points. After all, they couldn't make a single mistake, so they had to do everything perfectly. And watching this, Guan realized that even in such a hopeless situation, the captain would organize and issue the task, and he really deserved respect. 20 minutes later, the battle was still going on, and a wave of zombies arrived at the place where the mine was left, and the cannons began their fire. Guan explained to the captain that their firepower would not last long and they had no choice but to admit defeat, the defeat of humanity. The captain explained that it wasn't the end yet, but Guan shouted explaining that they shouldn't believe in something like that, because Captain Luo Yang could team up with Guan and the other awakened ones, and then they could later fight back after all. There was nothing they could do to such monsters. Moreover, if they stayed in this place, they would all be killed. At that moment, an alarm sounded because of the appearance of strange, shaped zombies. And then the panic began, because these zombies had passed through the minefield unharmed, which was incredible, and everyone was consumed by despair, and the crowd continued to get closer and closer to the shelter. Then Chao Silong couldn't stand it any longer, and demanded that Captain Luo Yang leave the shelter as soon as possible as it was too dangerous. And then the captain realized that even his Chao Silong was not sure of their victory, but a zombie appeared in the sky, who deftly jumped closer to attack those who were in the shelter. Then it headed for the captain, and no one could help him. And then calmly closing his eyes, the captain awaited his demise. But at this point, after chopping him in half, Duan Fei appeared and asked if Captain Luo Yang was all right, and apologized for taking too long to find a weapon because he was late. But the captain was shocked, because he had expected Duan Fei to have long since fled. But Duan Fei. With a smile, Duan Fei explained to Captain Luo Yang to be too distrustful. After all, they had just made an alliance today, and now Luo Yang had already decided to abandon him. Then asked him not to worry because he wouldn't let anything happen to the shelter. And then, looking at the guy watching the zombie pack, Captain realized that hope was the strongest of the pillars. It was Duan Fei who gave them hope, but he still didn't understand. Did the guy intend to fight all the zombies alone? But he explained that his strength was enough to fight off the wave of zombies, and jumped down to Goldie to ask if he was ready for a rather interesting fight. The latter, glowing happily, agreed and then turned into his true form for the summer, picked up his master and rushed away to the zombies. And then looking at the jumped all thought that they literally, because of despair, decided to end their lives. But a huge table of flames appeared, which meant something else. Then Goldie took to the sky and flew into the wave of zombies. And then the awkward Captain Luo Yang thought to himself that, as incredible as it was, it seemed to him that this guy was capable of defeating more than one wave of zombies. But he calmly turned to his friend, asking him to go down and attack. Goldie did so, and with one landing he was able to maim a lot of regular zombies. After jumping off his back, the guy started to kill zombies with his katana and killed literally hundreds at a time. But having surrounded him on all sides of the monster began to pounce on him. But it was not a problem for him. He dealt with them as well. Duan Fei realized that it looked really terrifying, and in his previous life he would never have dared to participate in this fight himself. But after defeating a few dozen more, Duan Fei realized that he needed the help of the asylum to find his sister, so he must protect this place. His next opponent was the zombie animal snake. F-Class Duan Fei realized that the awakened zombies were getting bigger and bigger, and even in this wave there were quite a lot of them. So it was no wonder that when Guan's squad awakened, they could not defeat them. After all, they were in the wrong position. And dodging the attack, Duan Fei realized that if the awakened zombies reached the shelter, the consequences would be too serious, and he should stop them right there. Therefore, he attacked the zombie on the one was able to survive his attack since his defense ability was high. Realizing that ordinary weapons wouldn't be able to do them any harm, Duan Fei activated the supernatural ability. The alert notified Duan Fei that he had already managed to kill 786 ordinary zombies, as well as one awakened one, for which he received 796 evolution points, as well as 1% of the serpent's verification ability. But Duan Fei was clearly disappointed with such a low number of zombies killed, for he had a lot of work to do in order to improve. After that, Duan Fei had an idea whether he could transfer his abilities into his weapon, because every time he touched the awakened zombies with his hands to take their abilities and kill them, it was too costly. Concentrating, he began to transfer the power into his weapon, and he actually succeeded. So everything around him shimmered and glowed brightly, confirming the guy's hunch that he was capable of using his weapon as a tool. But normal weapons were incapable of withstanding such strong energy, so his katana obviously wouldn't last too long if used in such a manner. Goldie also kept up with his master using fire breath to destroy many ordinary zombies. Looking over it, the guy realized that mass defeat abilities really had a lot of use, so he was very proud of his pet. But the weaknesses of such abilities were also obvious because they left behind too much consequences. And also, after such skills used too much stamina, so even Goldie was already starting to get tired. Watching all of this from the side, the captains couldn't believe that the guy, together with the golden-haired monster, was able to stop the huge wave of zombies because he was incredibly strong. Looking at his men, Captain Luo Yang realized that thanks to Duan Fei, everyone was no longer afraid of disaster and was grateful, and ordered Chao Si-long to now go and gather all the awakened people in the shelter, while he wondered if the guy, who had just arrived at the shelter, immediately went into battle, so they couldn't just watch from the sidelines. And then Guan realized how powerful Duan Fei really was, because he would not forgive him for what he had done, so he had to think of something instead of waiting for his death. At this time, a pack of monsters began to climb up Goldie's fur and attack him, which he was not happy about. And so in order to throw them off, he took his other fire form, and looking around, Duan Fei realized that he had to use the form to deal with the wave of zombies, and they were clearly pushing him to the limit. After that, a huge fire blast erupted, and no one could believe that such a thing was possible because it didn't compare to any bomb. So everyone was insanely happy that such a monster was Duan Fei's friend and was on their side. But when Duan Fei turned around, he saw that Goldie had taken on a smaller appearance and was clearly very exhausted. And he also noticed how many zombie nuclei had fallen out of the dead. Then Goldie began to absorb the power of those nukes and wrapped himself in a cocoon. And then Duan Fei immediately realized that Goldie was very exhausted. And now that he had absorbed that power, he began to evolve. And Duan Fei was very scared because the energy released by evolution attracted all the zombies nearby, and evolution took time. So Goldie was very vulnerable to attack and an easy target, so approaching his friend Duan Fei realized that he had to protect him. After all, Goldie was an indispensable companion in battle, and if he evolved, he would become an E-class and increase his strength significantly. And he would be very useful in the future, so it was impossible to help him die so easily, especially since it was just a small army of zombies. And in the future, it would clash with 100,000 or even 200,000 armies, and there could even be million-dollar armies. And now not only Duan Fei needed to become stronger, but also his partner, so he had to help him in this endeavor as Goldie had once helped him. But because of the fight, Duan Fei was obviously very tired because he had killed many zombies, and even when he took their abilities, he couldn't regain his strength. Both his stamina and mental strength were depleted. Duan Fei realized that Goldie was going to take on a big burden from the beginning, and his evolution was an unforeseen event. But by this stage, most of the ordinary zombies had already been killed and only the awakened ones were left. But if Duan Fei continued to fight, his condition could only worsen, both physically and mentally. And this was a familiar situation because in his previous life, he had also put all his strength into the last battle and died in the process. But this time it would be different. He had too many important things to protect. His sister was still waiting for him, and he couldn't give up now. So he activated the absorption ability and started attacking the monsters, killing them one by one. But one attack Duan Fei couldn't anticipate because it was too sudden, and due to fatigue, he didn't have time to dodge. But at that moment, a stone crashed into the monster's arm. Repelling the attack and turning around, he saw reinforcements of fighters led by Xia Ke, who said they had come to help the hero, and Xia Ke explained to the surprised guy that this shelter was home to everyone, and they couldn't leave Duan Fei alone to fight. She also warned him that she had gotten a weapon for him, which was an expression of respect and gratitude that Duan Fei had for absolutely everyone in the shelter. Using telekinesis, she took out all the weapons and scattered them all over the battlefield so that Duan Fei could pick up a convenient dagger at any time. At that time, Duan Fei, who was tanned with new strength, asked that they finish this battle together as soon as possible. Looking around the battlefield, Commander Luo Yang realized that the battle was turning in their favor and told Guan that they would definitely not lose. But when he turned around, he noticed that he was gone. He was approached by a military officer who told him that a report had come in, and Guan had just left the shelter in a helicopter. He took with him a powerful weapon from the warehouse, and the commander literally couldn't believe what he was hearing. Duan Fei warned the awakened ones to be as careful as possible, and those without attacking abilities were to stay behind to protect the cocoon. They immediately accepted his command, and then the battle began, which was really fierce, as every single attack capable awakened went into battle without a shadow of a doubt. The guy warned his colleagues that his defenses were the strongest, and so he repelled the attack of the advancing zombies. After that, he took his appearance. The guy possessed the F-class stone formation ability, and he absorbed rocks in the environment to strengthen his body. After that, he started to attack. After that, a girl appeared, lightning fast through the crowd and destroying the zombies, and asked to be the attacker. She had an F-class ability, Explosion. Everything she touched became explosives. The girl marveled at how fast she had become by using the Featherfall. Featherfall was another ability of another awakened one. His target would become much lighter for a short period of time, but he warned those who were given the ability that it would last for 5 minutes. Looking at them, Duan Fei realized that Guan's subordinates were very familiar with their abilities and worked easily as a team. So if the man had the same values as Captain Luo Yang, then the asylum would develop much easier. Duan Fei asked Xia Kei to stay by Goldie's side and protect. She agreed, but noticed that Duan Fei was exhausted, and his psychological state was obviously too stressed and suggested him to rest. Duan Fei said okay, because now every second mattered, and all he asked was for Xia Kei to take care of his comrade. The guy gave the hero his ability to make him lighter, but he was surprised at this treatment. The fighter only said with a smile that if it wasn't for Duan Fei, they would have died already, so he was the hero of their shelter. Then the empowered guy flew on to attack without even noticing that he had become a hero to someone, and it felt good to fulfill the expectations and trust of others. The other awakened were attacked by huge zombies, so they needed urgent reinforcements, and they realized in horror that they would not be able to save themselves. And so they prepared to die. But at that moment, Duan Fei flew in, who sliced the monsters in half with a single gift, causing the awakened to marvel at Duan Fei's strength. But he returned to them and asked them to regroup with the team and not get lost, for they should concentrate their power for defense and could leave the front to him. Everyone understood his order and then immediately left. But Duan Fei realized that his psychological state would not last long. He might just break down. So he had to finish them all off while he still had strength. And looking at the army of monsters that were moving towards him, he realized that he was in for a tough challenge. Then one by one he began to slay them with his blows. By this point he had killed a stage 1 zombie and gained 150 evolution points. He killed the awakened zombie and gained 500 evolution points and unlocked a new ability. But his blade was broken, and the zombies continued to advance. Duan Fei used his ability and defeated the huge beast that was about to kill him with a single blow. Watching this from the sidelines, the rest of the warriors were filled with motivation and hope as they had to fight, and also take some of the burden off their hero as there were less than 1,000 zombies left. And then all those who inspired started to fight with renewed vigor, and everyone did what they were capable of doing, motivated by the fact that they must finish what they started. Because by persevering they could succeed. Their victory was at hand. At that moment a helicopter flew by. Commander Luo Yang and the military man explained that Commander Guan wanted to talk to him. Putting on his headphones, Commander Luo Yang immediately explained that Guan should change his mind and return to the shelter regardless of his plans. But he explained that in all likelihood Commander Luo Yang had already realized what he was going to do, but Guan explained that he couldn't let Duan Fei stay alive. After all, if he wasn't killed on the battlefield, it was his duty to do so. Commander Luo Yang was furious, explaining that he couldn't ignore Guan's actions, nor could he forget what he had done in the past. But now he was acting recklessly because he was going to kill the one who was protecting them, risking his life and asking that Guan not act recklessly and rashly, and promised that they would ask Duan Fei to apologize on Guan's behalf and all would be well. But the latter wondered extra contentedly whether Captain Luo Yang really believed that he wants to apologize to a man like Duan Fei, and said that this lowlife Duan Fei should have died and he will take his asylum. After all, Captain Luo Yang should not forget his promise, and he should have handed over all authority. But the captain sensibly pointed out that if Duan Fei had not intervened, no one would have survived. Guan stated that the commander was apparently sick with dementia. There were few zombies left, and now Duan Fei was clearly exhausted, so he would destroy them, and his awakened squad would take care of the rest. Then everyone on the battlefield immediately noticed the helicopter approaching, and the awakened didn't understand who sent him and why and thought he was here to help. But the guy with the Thousand Eyes ability reported that it wasn't Commander Luo Yang at all. It was Guan. And that guy lowered the projectiles and aimed them at Duan Fei to kill him. And looking at them, Duan Fei realized that he wouldn't be able to dodge them in time. Jia Ke tried to help him, realizing that her strength just wasn't enough, and she couldn't control things that were moving at such a crazy speed. So there was an explosion, and after that, and the rest of the warriors couldn't believe that Guan had really killed the hero and didn't know why it happened. Everyone else started to lose faith because victory was very close, but now, after losing the hero, they would not be able to kill the rest of the awakened zombies. But Jia Ke stood still until the last moment, waiting for some movement, and knew that Duan Fei would definitely not die. It was impossible. Then, looking at the flame, shouted at Duan Fei, reminding him that he was going to save his sister. After all, he couldn't die in this place while Shinua was still waiting for him. After all, it was really reckless since Shinua needed him. Everyone heard Guan's voice from the helicopter, who reported that the heroic young man died in battle and became a casualty. And the commander was full of regret. However, the rest of the warriors should stand up and get rid of the zombies, and that would be the best way to repay his sacrifice, and asked permission to continue to command the battle, for their victory was almost come. But the disgruntled Chao Si Long literally couldn't believe what he was hearing and explained to his commander Luo Yang that they couldn't just ignore this situation. But the commander knew that everyone downstairs was Guan's subordinates, and there was nothing they could do, but he couldn't let it go. But a worried Jia Ke urged the guys not to believe Guan's words, because he had long considered Duan Fei his enemy and had specifically attacked him. But the warriors explained that even in such a case, they still couldn't do anything and had to keep fighting. But shaking with fear, the warriors realized what position they were in. They had no time to talk as they were being attacked by huge zombies that were not taken by fire and were still intact after the rockets exploded and began to attack. And that's when all the awakened realized they couldn't survive. At that moment, Duan Fei came out of the fire and explained that earlier when he found out that Guan was not involved in the kidnapping of Shinua, was going to forgive him if he worked with Commander Luo Yang in harmony. But he used the lives of innocent people in the safe house to threaten to force Commander Luo Yang to hand over military authority. Watching Duan Fei, Guan couldn't believe that even something like this couldn't kill him. Duan Fei continued, reporting that the situation was clearly not in Guan's favor, so he tried to eliminate Duan Fei, and explained that the man himself was at fault after that one, and so slew all the monsters taking on him. While in the helicopter, Guan gave orders to his warriors that they should kill Duan Fei and he was ready to promote anyone who did so. But when one of them did not move, Guan reported that they were useless, and he could not believe that Duan Fei could not kill even a machine gun. Then launched a gun attack from the helicopter, which wasn't a problem for the guy because he jumped up to the helicopter and put the katana to Guan Fei's neck and wondered if he ever thought he might die before he killed him. But the agitated man tried to calm Duan Fei down and offered him a deal. After all, he could promote Duan Fei's rank if he spared him, and Duan Fei would become the commander of the asylum, and asked him not to follow Commander Luo Yang, because everything that Commander Luo Yang could give him, Guan was willing to give twice as much, because everything that Commander Luo Yang had would soon belong to him anyway. And Duan Fei must realize that was the right choice, but the disgruntled guy only wondered if those were the last words. Then all the shouting came from the helicopter, and when Duan Fei jumped off the helicopter on the walkie-talkie, Guan contacted Commander Luo Yang and reported that this time he had lost again. Duan Fei thanked Xia Kei for saving him, but she didn't realize what she had done. He explained that thanks to her slight delay of the missiles, he was able to seize the moment and hide between the two zombies, and then thanks to his strength he continued to heal, so he was able to survive. Xia Kei was very happy that the guy was fine, but he explained that I shouldn't leave their vigilance and informed them that he didn't want to deceive them. After all, Commander Guan had been sacrificed, and henceforth they were all subordinates of Commander Luo Yang, and informed each of them that the shelter was their home. And this is the last bunch of zombies they have to eliminate. At this point, there were about 1,000 zombies left. Most of them were awakened. Although the zombies were much smaller than before, they still had an advantage in numbers. And he didn't know how long his mental state could last, but the situation still looked dire. And their only advantage was Goldie, so Duan Fei had to take care and give his friend time. After distributing the duties, someone activated the shield while someone else continued to hold back the attacking monsters. But the protective barrier obviously couldn't last long. Looking around, Duan Fei realized that there was a fierce battle going on from all sides, and although the Awakened worked together as a team, they faced a wave of zombies in their first real battle, and their mental state and stamina would soon fail. But Duan Fei could not help either, for he was occupied with stronger opponents, which they wouldn't be able to hold back. And if a wave of zombies justified through his defense line, then yes, and also the whole shelter could be affected. So the guy begged for Goldie to wake up soon, but his sword broke, couldn't take another attack, and then the boy was left unarmed in the face of two monsters attacking him, and didn't know what to do. A girl screamed, and the next moment a katana flew past him, which he grabbed in time. Then he struck a crushing blow and looked back at the girl and thanked her. But the earth began to collapse, and that path led straight to Goldie, so they had to block the attack. Then one of the Awakened approached and stood in front of the cocoon to defend it, and hit the ground to block the attack. Everyone was delighted because he was able to withstand such an attack, which seemed incredible, and were very proud of their comrade, praising him for doing so, and even Duan Fei was surprised. But shouting Duan Fei warned the Awakened that he sensed some movement under the ground, and they had to be careful. Then a monster appeared and burst out of the ground and grabbed the cocoon, intending to eat it, and Duan Fei realized that if it consumed Goldie now, everything would end. And all he could do was, when the jaws were already closing, continuing to call out to his friend. Whereupon he froze, realizing that they would definitely fail now. But the monsters lit up with a bright light, and everyone realized something was wrong. And then this monster grew wings, and his whole body started to develop. And then Duan Fei realized that the monster was now showing Goldie's powers, which meant that it was able to devour him, and couldn't believe that it had actually happened. After all, they were too close to victory, especially since no one in Duan Fei's life except his sister and Goldie was closer to him, and didn't understand if he should kill his friend with his own hands. But the next moment there was an explosion, and looking at it, Duan Fei couldn't believe what he saw. After all, it was his friend who had torn the shell of that monster. All the Awakened greeted Goldie, But Duan Fei only calmed down and exhaled, thinking that he had just believed that he had lost his only friend. Then looking at the remaining zombies, he realized that he had to finish them off now. Then he lightly climbed on Goldie's back and explained to the awakened ones that they had to stay here as they had almost exhausted their powers and they could save the rest of their powers for emergencies. Then explained to Goldie that he was able to evolve to E-class, so he would be able to defeat them all, but admitted that if he had done so a little later, he definitely wouldn't have been able to stand any longer, and thanked his friend, explaining that now was the time for him to start shining. So he did, and after defeating a few zombies with his claws, he went up top and attacked uninhibited with fire. Then he turned around but noticed he was being grabbed by the tail of another monster, a mutant bull with extraordinary strength and defense. And then, mad at the zombie, Goldie spewed fire at him, but it did not do any damage but only spilled the bull even more. So it began to attack again, but Goldie was able to hold back its attack, then knocked it to the ground. And rising up into the sky, she began to attack again with her flames, gathering them for her next attack. And then even the awakened below realized how merciless this attack would be, so they quickly began to flee the battlefield. And it really turned out to be true, because Goldie burned everything in his path, sparing no one, and after such an attack, all the zombies were dead. Luo Yang still couldn't believe that his eyes were not deceiving him. And Xia Ke, watching the guy, admitted that she believed in him from the beginning. Duan Fei smilingly thanked his friend for working so hard and explained that they had already dealt with everything, so he could go down to Earth. But the next moment there was a very strong attack hitting Goldie with incredible speed. And then looking at his comrade, Duan Fei, frightened, frantically screamed, trying to check if he was all right. And the warriors, looking down from the heights, immediately realized that something had happened because they saw a beam of light that flew towards the hero. Then Xia Ke ordered everyone to increase the alert because there could still be zombies. At that moment, Goldie was shaking in pain as he looked at his wound, and Duan Fei was glad that Goldie had time to dodge, otherwise it would have been very dangerous. But looking in the distance, he couldn't believe where there were more enemies because he didn't feel the presence of zombies, and asked his friend to be as careful as possible to go down to the ground. But when he came down, he saw an E-class monster. She was the master of the zombie wave and had the mutation of a bat, and all her attacks contained powerful poison. And then looking at it, the guy didn't understand why such a high-class zombie was here. It was unbelievable. One of the awakened ones approached him and suggested that the hero should rest, because he could deal with one zombie in peace. But Duan Fei realized the seriousness, ordered him to leave the battlefield immediately, because this zombie was different from the others. But he did not believe and convinced Duan Fei that he could deal with some female zombie. But in the next moment he was struck by an attack that he didn't expect, after which he dropped dead. And the warriors watching couldn't believe it because the strongest of them had been defeated in one blow, and they had clearly underestimated their opponent. So everyone else rushed to help Duan Fei, but he shouted furiously, reminding everyone that he had warned that this zombie was on a completely different level, and that was why they had to stay where they were and not move. He then looked over his wounded friend and explained that he also needed to hide, for he was poisoned with a powerful venom, and if he exerted himself, the venom would kick in faster, and that could not be allowed to happen, and asked his friend to entrust this battle to him. But even Xia Ke realized how dangerous it was. After all, they had to help him. But he explained that it was useless, because if Xia Ke got close to this zombie, he would die immediately. But he had a way to defeat it and explained to the girl that he had the ability of absorption. Then he rushed to reduce the distance, realizing that he needed to activate the ability in time and then he would be able to kill her. After all, if he only used brute force with his current condition, he wouldn't be able to win. But when he struck, the zombie blocked his attack with her wing, and the guy realized that he had clearly underestimated her because the E-level zombie had a high defense. After that, zombie counterattacked and her speed and strength were unbelievably high. Looking at her face, Duan Fei realized that she wasn't fighting at full strength, but his eyes began to blur, and then the guy realized that he had reached his limit. and the girl grabbed him by the neck and started choking him, lifting him off the ground. And then the guy realized that this was the perfect opportunity. So he touched her and told her that he had caught her and activated the absorption ability. Then he immediately felt the effect on his body. The zombie pushed him away. A notification came from the system that the ability absorption activation failed because the opponent was too strong and the absorption should take 1 minute. Duan Fei didn't understand where the restriction came from. How could he control it? But it seems he wouldn't be able to get close to the zombie as easily. Even so, Duan Fei couldn't just die without even trying, so he planned to keep looking for any way to get to this girl. And he obviously needed to limit her mobility to buy time for the absorption. But realized he was right because Zombie was clearly trying to avoid him, so then she counterattacked and pushed him as far away from her as possible. And then Duan Fei didn't realize how he could restrain her. But at that moment he was shocked to notice that the zombie spread her arms around her and spread an army of bats around her, furiously pouncing on Duan Fei. Everyone watching could not believe that this was really the ability of this zombie girl, for it looked like a literal mockery to the battle-weary warriors. But Duan Fei frantically shouted and ordered everyone to defend themselves and be careful of these bats, for they were obviously not so simple. But the bats had already swarmed the fighters and began to bite him while Goldie drove them away from the others. And the bitten man immediately lost all his life force and became a zombie. And that's when Duan Fei realized that she was absorbing energy through the bats. And that's why she had increased her strength at an incredible rate. And since each of them had already awakened, their bodies contained more energy than normal humans. So if this continued, they would have no chance of winning. And Duan Fei realized that he had a duty to stop it, and although his psychological strength was now in a compromised state, his physical strength was still excellent, so he needed to instantly open up and find some inaccuracy in her defense, and put all his strength into a single strike. If he could do that, he could change the course of the battle in their favor. As a result, he activated the absorption ability, began to attack, sharply reducing the station, and activated the mice, who immediately fell to the ground exhausted. And those watching didn't understand what was going on. Either the vampire girl had another target or she had ordered the mice not to move. But Duan Fei grudgingly noticed that the zombie reacted too quickly to his attack, and she used the bats as a shield in an instant. After that, she started attacking. And even the sword couldn't withstand something like that, so the guy started attacking on his own without realizing what he was worried about. He didn't understand why he thought he had to go on living no matter what. But he knew that if he couldn't defeat even this zombie, he shouldn't talk about protecting his sister, especially since he could evolve and didn't understand why, with the evolution tree, he was still so useless. After all, he was no longer the trash he was in his past life. But he still didn't understand what was wrong. And then the tree of evolution came to him and told him to remember that determination to give up his own life. And then the guy's eyes lit up as he studied the light of the tree, and he attacked the zombie by grabbing her arm. Then with one blow he rose into the air and slammed her to the ground with all his might. Then instantly came down and pressed her body to the ground and grabbed her wings and ripped them off. At this moment, a notification came that Duan Fei must continue to evolve and never under any circumstances stop doing so. He abruptly opened his eyes and found himself in an unknown room and began to remember what had happened because he had fought with zombies earlier, but now there was no one here. And then he looked around and saw that he was near a tree and realized it was the tree of evolution. So Duan Fei asked the tree where he was because he was in the middle of a battle. The tree explained that the guy's mind had just disintegrated and reminded Duan Fei that he must evolve and must not fail and must continue to evolve. But Duan Fei didn't understand what the tree was trying to tell him and asked it to tell him why Duan Fei was here. But the tree wove its roots around him and told him that Duan Fei was now in great danger. In the present, the enraged zombie threatened to tear Duan Fei to pieces, for he was a truly pathetic person. But Duan Fei calmly dodged her attack and attacked, causing the girl to fly farther away and was struck by this kind of power. But before she could do anything, The guy came closer and attacked her again. But then the girl got angry and stabbed him with her poisonous needles. Watching this, Jia and the rest of the military did not understand what to do because he could literally die. But then quickly reacted. Jia with telekinesis grabbed a katana, which with incredible speed sent to the guy. And then, as soon as he grabbed it, he attacked the zombie who clearly wasn't expecting something like this. Then he calmly started to pull out all the needles that were stuck from the last zombie attack. And looking at him, Zombie realized that the guy must have been really hurt from the attack. But he was still moving with lightning speed, and now he was making his last attempt. But after she noticed how his wounds were healing, came an alert from the system that the green energy that had been stored earlier would be used to heal the hero. And then at the next attack, Zombie didn't understand how it was even possible, and why now she felt such inhuman energy from this guy. And there was an incredibly strong pressure coming from him that was greater than her pressure. She couldn't fight him, so she realized she needed to get out of this place as soon as possible. So she tried to activate the haze in order to hide, but Duan Fei had good sense, so such a thing was impossible to fool him. So he calmly calmed the girl when she made another attempt to attack. He also disarmed the other hand with her same spikes. Duan Fei stretched out his hand expecting his katana. Jia reacted lightning fast, and so she immediately did what was required and gave Duan Fei the katana. The other awakened people admired the girl because she was very concentrated and did not rest for a moment, because as soon as the hero raised his hand, she immediately understood everything. But Jia admitted that it wasn't her doing it. It was as if the girl was being controlled by an unknown force that was urging her to do something like that. She realized that he obviously felt something too, and explained that the two of them felt what was happening to Duan Fei. And it was clearly not the same Duan Fei, as if there was another person in front of her. So Jia wondered what had happened to him. In the end, he ended up stabbing the zombie's arm and covered her mouth as she continued to frantically scream and threaten him. So the activation of the Devour ability began, and there were 50 seconds left, then 40, and everyone froze in anticipation while that time dragged on for a very long time. Eventually the time ran out, and the system reported that Duan Fei had unlocked the vampirism ability, and also killed the zombie boss with 500 evolution points and a mysterious energy sphere. At that moment, everyone shouted joyfully celebrating the victory. The dawn came and they all believed that such a miracle had happened. The captain ordered Cao Silong to come down to meet the awakened and Duan Fei. He calmly agreed. At that moment, Duan Fei opened his eyes and asked if they were able to win, and then began to lose consciousness. And the excited, awakened people lifted him up in their arms and called for a medical team to treat him as soon as possible. At that moment, Duan Fei found himself in a dark, unknown place, trying to figure out where she was, but he heard a voice calling him. It was Shinua who had contacted her older brother, and then looking at her, Duan Fei was glad that she could really walk, then promised that he would save her. But the next moment, without letting Duan Fei move, Shinua bound his legs and wrapped them with frozen vines and apologized for not being able to be with her brother right now. Duan Fei, unable to believe what he had heard, kept screaming and begging his sister not to leave him, or at least to tell him where she was because he would come to rescue her right away. But Shinua said that she couldn't do that because her brother wasn't strong enough now and he had to become much stronger. And then he could meet her and she would be waiting for him. And then she smiled and began to slowly disappear into the darkness. When she disappeared, the guy woke up in a panic and kept calling his sister asking her not to leave. But when he looked around, he saw that he was in the hospital, and that meant that everything was a dream. Duan Fei didn't remember what happened to the zombies, but it didn't matter, because he needed to find a person and ask about the current situation of the zombie wave, as well as deal with the evolution tree. After that, he went to the sanctuary, and 30 minutes later finally finished all the settings and looking around the alerts realized that there were 3 main ones in this battle. The first was the killing. After all, the zombie mobs allowed him to gain over 10,000 evolution points. The second was the ability to absorb abilities. This ability did take up quite a few alerts. There were also most of the alerts were level alerts and his opponents that were not useful and about fragments that were not enough to activate. But the third was the treasure because after killing such a monster there was some chance of getting a treasure, and this source, according to the notification, was given when Duan Fei killed that zombie wave leader. This was the first time Duan Fei received such a fragment that gave him the choice to open an energy sphere. There was a fragment of universal abilities that could replenish 20% of any available ability, which Duan Fei was happy about. After all, he could speed up the process of gathering abilities, and he was initially disappointed because he thought he could evolve to rank E. But the evolutionary tree in front of him was clearly a perfectionist because he had absorbed the core, but there were a few garbage substances that would be removed. So all that was left was pure energy, for which he could not evolve. But if he couldn't evolve, then all he had to do was increase his own stats. His strength and agility were currently level 5, which required 1,000 evolution points to increase. Intelligence required 5,000 evolution points. To upgrade to level 4, he could also upgrade the reactive gene process, but he didn't think about it yet, because he had already activated it once, and it would be enough for him until he evolved to S rank. Strength and dexterity were more important for the battle, so it was necessary to improve them to begin with. And the mental spirit also can't be neglected, because in the battle with the monster, the instant spirit had problems, so he decided to give 8,000 points to improve the instant spirit and strength. It will improve his fighting ability. For now, Duan Fei decided not to use the universal fragment because he wanted to think about it after obtaining a higher level skill. Then he logged out of the evolution system. Ke. Go outside noticed the resting hero, wondering what he was doing here, but the guy asked to call him as before, Duan Fei. Ke realized that he did not like this title, but explained that for some in the shelters he was even the god of war. But Duan Fei admitted that he was happy about this title before. But when he really got it, he realized how much responsibility he had, because he couldn't even protect his little sister, so he couldn't be a hero. Then she asked how long he had been unconscious for what seemed like 3 days. And everyone was worried about Duan Fei, especially the commander, and every time he came to see the guy to see what condition he was in. And this kind of thing made Ke remember their first meeting. After hearing this, Duan Fei thanked Ke for taking care of him while he was unconscious, and Ke asked if Duan Fei wanted to leave the shelter. He calmly explained that he would leave soon because he needed to become stronger to find Shinua. Duan Fei went to the commander Luo Yang and apologized for the trouble and thanked him for the care he had received while he was unconscious. Commander Luo Yang was very happy to see the guy. They sat down to talk. Commander Luo Yang was worried that something might have happened to Duan Fei's strength, but he explained that he had already recovered. But he admitted that he had come to ask about what had happened this afternoon and how the research on gene medicine was going. While Duan Fei was unconscious, the commander had gone to the research lab and the creation of gene medicine was almost finished, so they were preparing to inject people. The commander was shocked that he had decided to leave the shelter. Duan Fei explained that Commander Luo Yang knew the reason why he had come. Now what he wanted to do in this place had already been done, and he needed to go in search of his younger sister. Duan Fei believes that when the time comes, even if there is some trouble, they will be able to deal with it. The commander agreed and asked Duan Fei what Duan Fei's plans were and what help he needed, but he calmly said that he was going to Qinchuan to investigate and to find evidence of Shinua's disappearance, especially since the appearance of the zombie wave could be related to this place. The commander was shocked because it was reckless to go to the center of the city and asked if Duan Fei was sure of his decision, because the center had turned into a desert since the apocalypse began. Since then, no one had dared to go to that place, and now it was also dangerous to be there and no one knew what might be there. Duan Fei explained to the commander that there was no need to worry because he knew what he was doing. Duan Fei thought that it was really a dangerous place, but with the help of Commander Luo Yang, he learned that ruins existed, and in his past life he had heard rumors that there were ruins in this place, so they must also exist. Commander Luo Yang realized how unwavering the guy's decision was, so he agreed and asked him to wait for a while. Then he went to the phone and asked to be connected to the research lab. Finally, after 5 minutes of conversation, the commander decided to escort the guy to a place, namely the research lab. After Duan Fei dealt with the wave of zombies, Luo Yang ordered the scientist to prepare a weapon for Duan Fei. Since the guy was the god of war of the asylum, he just couldn't help but have a good weapon. At the very least, he could take it with him to the center so that everyone would be less worried. At first, shocked, Duan Fei calmly thanked and agreed to accept such an offer. Eventually, they followed the corridors. Duan Fei explained that he would leave as soon as he got the necessary weapons. After all, he had to find his sister. But they heard the noise of battle. When Duan Fei looked down, she noticed that there were warriors fighting. Commander Luo Yang explained that it was a leveling competition being held. Since the medicine will soon be completed, and they have to hold a competition to determine the priority. The awakened were distributed into 3 types. The first type of defense team that secures the shelter is left to guard the people of the base. The second type of hunter team was very unique. The whole team consists of many different small squads. They are responsible for clearing zombies and mutated beasts, hunting mutated zombies and collecting cores. The third type of super warrior team is basically a better awakened team. They fought the zombie wave together with Duan Fei and had high fighting ability, were the strongest in the shelter. Duan Fei was surprised that the commander was able to make such an elaborate division in such a short period of time. But then everyone saw the guy's reflection in the window, so the warriors cheerfully started to greet him after waking up, and were glad that the god of war was fine, and asked him to come down to them and tell them about the battle and how it went. And the agitated guy tried to explain to them that he didn't have time for that right now. The commander was amused. After they passed the elevator, Duan Fei admitted that everyone was very energetic, which made him feel embarrassed. But the commander explained that Duan Fei was the savior for these people, and without Duan Fei's exaggeration, the shelter would have been destroyed. So his departure would be the greatest blow to everyone. Descending, they walked to the laboratory. The commander contacted the professor to ask him to open the door, while Duan Fei marveled that there was such a place under the shelter. They were greeted by the professor, but grudgingly remarked that they had been walking for too long and he didn't have that much time to wait for them, and invited them inside, after which he activated the mechanism, and then the concealing security capsule started to open. When it opened, the guy saw a cube. The professor explained that it was a metal with a memory effect. It was modeled after the heavenly god commander Luo Yang's armor. So the professor asked Duan Fei to put his abilities into this stone. Taking it, he tried to do so, and then the cube glowed with different colors, absorbing energy, then split into 2 parts and turned into daggers. Duan Fei admitted that he didn't expect the professor's research to reach such a high level. The professor explained that through observation, he combined Duan Fei's battle method, then took into account Commander Luo Yang's celestial god armor, and so he created this item. Of course, it wasn't as good as the ancient relic, but its original state could change into the form Duan Fei wanted, so the professor asked him to try it. Then his dagger turned into a ring, and the professor said that, for now, Duan Fei could consider a similar-like weapon. But when the second layer of ruins was opened, they would let him choose another one. Duan Fei thanked, explaining that he was very pleased with his gift, but he already had to leave because time was short. But before Duan Fei asked where his puppy had gone, as it turned out it was now with Ling Wenwen, Duan Fei thanked and left. The commander stayed behind to talk to the professor, but the professor did not understand if the commander was not afraid to let the young man go to the very center. The latter only remained silent and admitted that, until now, He didn't believe that the guy could handle more than 10,000 zombies. Previously, Commander Luo Yang believed that Duan Fei was using him to utilize the resources of the asylum to search for his sister, but instead, he had not asked for anything and even rejected the help that Duan had given him. When the commander found out that Duan Fei was heading to the Chan Xuan Center alone, he started to panic, just like when Duan Fei had promised to deal with the wave of zombies. But now, the commander didn't know what he was more worried about, Duan Fei or the shelter. The commander realized that he was being too selfish because it was to be expected that Duan Fei would definitely leave at some point. Jia Kei noticed that Duan Fei was about to leave and was very displeased that he didn't even say goodbye. Duan Fei explained that he just didn't know how to do it. Jia Kei then asked for the opportunity to go with Duan Fei, because it would be too dangerous in that place, and she could be useful. Duan Fei calmly explained that he was grateful for the help, but didn't want the girl to risk her life, especially since the shelter had just survived the zombie invasion, and everyone now needed each other. Jia Kei tried to argue, but when she turned around, she noticed that Goldie had already taken his true form, and Duan Fei was about to fly away. All Jia Kei could ask was if Duan Fei would come back again. He promised to return. Then he looked back at his companion and they flew on. Only after arriving at the place, Duan Fei confessed that the number of mutated zombies was much more compared to the number in his previous life, and not only in this area. Over the past week, Duan Fei had tried many times to enter the central area, but nothing worked, and when he used the area survey, he could sense that several rank zombies were in the center. It was hard to imagine what was actually hiding there, but every time he approached the center of the evolution tree, it gave a strong reaction as if it wanted Duan Fei to hurry up and head towards that place. Since the evolution tree reacted like that, Duan Fei must definitely go and check that place and explain to his friend that they were going to start the planned method of infiltrating the center because they needed to get it over with as soon as possible. And Goldie was only too happy to go along with his master. So they ended up in one of the buildings and Goldie immediately sensed something. Duan Fei realized that his friend was probably feeling the zombie, although Duan Fei didn't feel it himself, especially since, although they had been at the base for a few days, they had cleared most of the zombies from the area before. But obviously Goldie's charm was much stronger than Duan Fei's, so a zombie could indeed appear, but it was hiding its scent. So Duan Fei prepared himself and explained to his friend that they shouldn't rush, and first they should look around. But he was shocked at what he saw, because it was people, so the guy bent down and gave the girl something to eat, explaining that they were in a safe place. And the girl tried to convince her brother to join the meal as well. But at that moment, the guy noticed Duan Fei, and Duan Fei confessed that she didn't expect that there could be survivors in such a dangerous place. The guy immediately became wary, and covering the girl did not understand how they had been caught up so quickly, and demanded that the girl stay behind. Then he rushed forward, attacking Duan Fei and explaining that he simply would not surrender so easily captured, and threatened Zhou Kong that he would definitely avenge his sister. Duan Fei, calmly dodging the attack, explained that he was mistaken for another person. After all, he did not know who this guy was talking about. Duan Fei thoughtfully looked at Duan Fei and realized that he had made a mistake and mistaken him for someone else. Duan Fei asked Duan Fei to look carefully at people before attacking them next time, because if it was a normal person, he would have already died. Then realizing his mistake, the guy bowed down, apologizing to Duan Fei for attacking him, and also apparently ate his food. The girl also apologized. Duan Fei calmed them down and decided to quickly introduce himself and ask their names as well as their reason for being here. The guy introduced himself. His name was Chen Jia Hao, and then spent another 15 minutes explaining what had happened to them. In fact, Huan's sister, the little girl next to Chen Jia Hao, was Chen Jia Hao's girlfriend, but she was tortured and then did obscene things to her and fed to a monster, and it was all the fault of Zhou Kong and his company. He explained that now he only had Huan Huan left, and he couldn't let anything happen to her. Chun Jiahao felt too pathetic and weak. After all, he couldn't even take revenge. Duan Fei was filled with rage, explaining to the guy that it wasn't his fault, and those things, and dared to do so, had crossed all boundaries and were simply subhumans. After all, they had started using humans to feed the zombies. Chun Jiahao explained that this was not the first time, and Zhou Kong often used humans to feed the zombies. Duan Fei immediately realized that this was strange, because under normal circumstances, a zombie or an infected beast would kill or attack a human when it met a human. But these people were feeding them on purpose, so it was clearly strange. Then Duan Fei asked Chun Jiahao to show him his hand, and then realized that it was indeed like a plant seed. This monster needed human food, probably because it was of the plant type and couldn't move around in search of food. If you plant a seed in a human body and mark the human as food, then it can be used to bait zombies. This method has had many results. When the apocalypse virus spread around the world, most living things were infected with the virus, turning animals into ruthless, bloodthirsty monsters. But animals were not the only ones. There were also plants compared to people. A number of rare, more valuable plant-type monsters have a source of life force and huge gene potential inside their bodies. Rumor has it that a drop of plant-type monster life force, no matter how badly a human is injured, can instantly restore him if he is still breathing. Some believe that this may allow humans to evolve. Because of these unique features in his past life in the Age of Apocalypse, every time a mutated plant-type monster appeared, it attracted from countless people who fought to the death for it. Duan Fei didn't even believe that in such a place he would encounter such a rare plant monster, and he just needed to kill this monster by obtaining its life force source. And then he would definitely be able to get to the center. Noticing his reverie, Chun Jiahao inquired about the reason. Duan Fei confessed that he was thinking about his problems, explaining that this place was not safe because they would be found quickly. And he was sure that those who were looking for Chun Jiahao were already nearby, since there was a seed on his hand that gave away his location. Chun Jiahao realized that this then explained why they were found so quickly every time they escaped, and realized that they urgently needed to leave this place so they wouldn't be found. Duan Fei promised that he wouldn't stand aside and help these guys, would help destroy their enemies. Chun Jiahao was shocked and disbelieved, because most likely Duan Fei just didn't realize how dangerous the enemy was. After all, he not only had weapons but also superpowers, so they couldn't deal with him. The guy explained that his little sister was separated from him because he was not strong enough, and he understood how Chun Jiahao felt. And also he knew what he was doing. After all, their bodies had seeds, and even if they wanted to escape, it would be very difficult. Chun Jiahao realized that Duan Fei was right. After all, eternal escape would not solve their problems, and asked what to do. Duan Fei explained that they wouldn't do anything and they should just rest and wait for someone to come after them, because they needed to get to the base of these people. Duan Fei explained that they would do nothing and that they should just rest and wait for them to come, because they needed to get to the base of these people. Huan Huan became very afraid, and Chun Jiahao calmed the girl down, but explained that Zhou Kong was not here. Duan Fei then explained that they should act according to the plan and not resist to be captured. The guy who approached Chun Jiahao was very unhappy that he had escaped. He had a lot of problems with Zhou Kong because of that. Then he punched him in the face. The guy explained to the agitated Duan Fei that he was fine, and then they all paid attention to Duan Fei, but informed that it didn't matter, because they had to grab the guy as well, because Zhou Kong would like the new bait. And then they would get an extra dinner. And the others demanded that he behave, or they would shoot him. At the base, the guys were guarding the room and heard shouting. One of the guys stated that Zhou Kong had recently been playing with couples in love and making them watch him have fun with their girlfriends. His colleague smilingly stated that he didn't seem to like these guys, but in this world, Whoever was strongest was right. Finally crying, the girl apologized to her boyfriend for everything that had happened. She was clearly exhausted from the whole thing. Her boyfriend tried to get in the way and was horrified by what had happened. Jo Kang stated that it was a really good show and didn't understand why the guy was so angry. After all, he should have been grateful to his girlfriend, because if it wasn't for her, he would have died a long time ago, and explained that the guy should definitely blame himself for the rest of his life for being so weak and worthless, and pulled off the duct tape to hear what he had to say, and he yelled threatening things at the guy. But he was immediately hit so hard that he coughed up blood. Jo Kang, continuing to beat him, said that the guy was just a weak animal, incapable of doing anything, and he would beat him until he was crippled. After that, he would use him as a bait. The excited girl went up and asked him why he kept beating her boyfriend, because he had promised to let them go if she agreed to his request. But the man informed with a smile that it was too naive, and he wasn't going to let them go from the start, for they are two valuable ingredients. And then the girl was consumed with despair, but Duan Fei burst into the room ordering him to stop. Jo Kang didn't understand where Duan Fei came from, and did he really want to become a corpse? After all, he didn't even realize who he was fighting against. But he ignored and passed by the girl and explained to Jo Kang that he did not need to know the name of the person he would kill. He then gave that girl his clothes so she could cover herself and explained that she would be fine now, asking her to find a safe place to hide. She thanked, but Jo Kang was very displeased and kept yelling at Duan Fei, then ordered everyone else to come to deal with him. But Chen Jia Hao, Huan, and Goldie showed up and said that obviously no one would help him since they had already dealt with the others. But Duan Fei was spoken to by a guy who asked if he remembered him. Duan Fei didn't recognize him at first, but he introduced himself. Duan Fei then realized that this was the same person who had saved him when Duan Fei was in a helpless state and protected him from being bullied by his absent parents. Jo Kang only got angry and said that if the old classmates had already met, then they should have already said goodbye since they would die together today, and started attacking. Duan Fei immediately realized that his awakened ability was a beast claw, which was not too rare and was rather a common ability. And if the claw didn't have poison, one could consider such an ability useless, but there was no prodigy in this area, or Jo Kang relied on the plant monster to become like a king, after which he attacked. Then his claws immediately shattered into small particles, and Duan Fei stated that it was time for them to finish. And then realizing the defeat, Jo Kang trembled in fear, begging not to be killed because he realized his wrong. But Duan Fei was adamant and started to approach to end this senseless fight. But he was approached by Li Feng and Chen Jia Hao, who asked Duan Fei to give them a chance to sort things out on their own. He warned that they were injured and it was dangerous. But they were determined because they had to get revenge on this guy. That's what he did. And then looking closely, Duan Fei sensed that these two had a little bit of potential from their bodies, and they looked like they should wake up soon. Li Feng stated that he understood Duan Fei's concern, but although they were ordinary people and weaklings, they had pride and had emotions, so they wanted to fight. Duan Fei remembered that in the past life, people could awaken when they were in a crisis situation, and Chen Jia Hao with Li Feng were such people. So he agreed to their request, but warned them to be wary of poison claws, and he thought that he could enter the center with the two awakened people. It would be much safer, but with Duan Fei with him, they would also be safe. Jo Kang was already thinking of a plan to capture these guys and use them as his hostages to escape from here. Then they pounced and started attacking, but he blocked himself with his awakening, then started attacking, calling the guys incapable of anything. But Li Feng was helped by Chen Jia Hao, pushing Jo Kang and preventing him from attacking, and then he immediately realized that it was kind of weird, because they were much stronger than before. But he got angry and said that some worthless people couldn't look down on him like that, and then he started attacking. Chen Jia Hao immediately noticed this and tried to help him. The next moment he was attacked with great force, and the girls watching the fight were begging Duan Fei for help. He explained that he understood the girl's pain, but now was not the time. Now they feel worthless because of how weak they are and they're trying to redeem themselves. But seeking change is always a risk, so the worse the situation, the greater the chance of awakening potential. In the end, Li Feng was captured and was on the verge of death. His girlfriend begged him to save him, and Duan Fei realized that apparently such a method could not be used to become stronger, and activated the ability to go to him. But the next moment everyone heard a fierce scream and Li Feng's body was covered with spikes. His girlfriend screamed violently in terror. Approaching Duan Fei realized that his method of waking up the guys was too risky, but he would be able to use the green energy to temporarily save Li Feng, and then quickly kill the mutated plant to get a source of life force to heal him. But he noticed that something had changed, because his body suddenly became much heavier, and even Goldie could feel it. Then he noticed Chen Jiahao activated the Woe Awakening ability, causing Zhou Kong to stop moving. Chen Jiahao had the ability to control gravity over an area. It was a B wound ability. He could control any place, and the amount of gravity increased depending on the strength of use. Zhou Kong also noticed this, not realizing how this guy was able to get his abilities in the first place, and turned his attention to Li Feng, who slowly started to vaporize in his hands and seemed to turn into a shadow that quickly left his grip. And then Duan Fei realized that this was nothing but the manifestation of Li Feng's ability, and it was a very rare shadow-breaking ability. The user's body turned into a shadow and could change into any form, and he could also dive into the shadow to avoid damage. Li Feng, approaching, warned Zhou Kong that he was now a dead man. The latter started to get angry, threatening, and trying to repel the attack. But he realized that his body was too heavy and he couldn't fight. He couldn't even move, but Li Feng warned him not to worry, because he wouldn't kill him immediately. He would cut him in pieces and torture him slowly until he died, and promised to let him feel his utter despair. Whereupon he cut his mouth so that he could not speak and inquired what he should cut next, and decided to cut off the arm that Zhou Kong was so proud of, after which one by one he began to launch attacks for every person Zhou Kong had harmed, and another attack for the fact that he had powers but chose to bully the weaker ones instead of protecting them. But dying Zhou Kong only said that defending the weak is too funny and amusing, because when faced with real monsters, Li Feng will not have the courage to even raise his head. Finished with the battle, Li Feng felt Duan Fei immediately realized that he had been poisoned by the poison that was spreading through his body, and he urgently needed help. But the earthquake started. The agitated Duan Fei immediately demanded Duan Fei to get everyone out of here and leave as soon as possible. The injured Li Feng asked to be left in this place, because he could become a burden and didn't need to be rescued. Duan Fei convinced him that everything would be fine and they couldn't leave him behind. In the end, Chen Jiahao, raising the guy, suggested Duan Fei to go with them, but he calmly explained that he had to stay here and deal with the monster that caused the earthquake. That was the reason they came here, so they had to go as they could help him. And once he defeated that monster, they could immediately leave together and heal Li Feng. Running away under the attacks, Chen Jiahao didn't realize if they could really leave Duan Fei alone, but Li Feng stated that he knew Duan Fei well. Although it had been a very long time since they last met, but today they reunited and met again. And his change surprised him, for that weak look had completely disappeared, and he was changed by maturity itself. And Duan Fei was right, they really can't help him, so they can only believe in this guy. Looking around the intertwined vines around Duan Fei, disgruntled, informed that it was high time for the monster to appear with his main body. After all, he was tired of waiting. And then it did so it broke through the dome of the building and grew upwards, and Chen Jiahao literally couldn't believe that it was the monster that Zhou Kong had been feeding all this time. They couldn't believe that Duan Fei would be able to move it away. But when they looked closely, they noticed that Duan Fei was fine, and he was already flying towards that monster. Duan Fei calmly stated that it was a tyrant king flower, and in his past life, he had heard about the tyrant's raid on the colors, and the battle was won with many losses. It was a mutated D-rank plant. Its energy was unstable and similar. It had evolved abruptly to D-rank. But if they Goldie could act together, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with it. But turning to it, Flower stated that Duan Fei was very strong. And the guy was surprised that the plant could talk and had consciousness. But a disgruntled zombie informed him that Duan Fei had killed his puppet, and he should replace him and become his food provider. And Duan Fei wondered if he was showing him his true form, just so he would agree to become a puppet, and suggested that the plant should go to hell. And then it started to attack. But Duan Fei calmly told Goldie that he had to deal with it, and he had to stop the body of this royal tyrant flower. And Duan Fei had to enter its inner body and finish it off. As a result, as a stacked team, they proceeded to fight. Duan Fei learned that the matting plants have a weakness energy core inside its body. The energy core is the life force, or rod. And if Duan Fei could find it and capture it, he would be able to subdue this zombie plant. And he tried to activate absorption and was notified that the opponent's body was too big, he couldn't absorb it. But that was expected, so there was no choice left. He needed to get into the core. But the zombie attacked. I don't understand how such a person dares to cross him. After all, it was unforgivable. At that moment, noticing that the master was in danger, Goldie stepped in to defend him and block the attack. Duan Fei thanked him happily, and then, running away, warned Goldie not to eat those vines because there was only poison inside, and explained that he needed to find the core, so he would leave the outer shell to his partner. But the zombie turned to Goldie didn't understand why he was working for a human, for he could work together with his kin and also absorb Duan Fei, for he had incredible power in him. But Goldie only wondered who could even want to work with such an ugly plant like this, and then it really got very angry. At this moment, Duan Fei had already managed to cut his way through, but realized that he had to hurry as there was a battle outside. Although Goldie had evolved to rank E, clashing with a rank D tyrant King Flower was still dangerous, so he had to hurry. But Duan Fei noticed the digestive juices on his hands and realized that his entire center had merged with this monster, and it must be the inner area. So soon he should have discovered the core in this place, but he heard some noise begging him for help. So he turned around and looked at the girl calling him. She was begging Duan Fei to save her because she was very hungry. After that, she showed her true colors and attacked the guy, wanting to eat him, but he calmly cut her down in one simple move. Then he looked around and noticed that he was surrounded by a lot of zombies, each one begging the guy to save them. Duan Fei realized that they were the same people who had already been swallowed by the zombie plants. And then his guess was answered by Zombie explaining that he had really absorbed these people, and he had specially copied their appearance and voice, so they turned out just like that. And when Zombie was bored, he could use them to kill his boredom, and attacking asked what Duan Fei thought of his collection of people. After all, he thought they looked good. But Duan Fei chopped off the head with a simple swing, explaining that he didn't have time for a monster, especially since he had often seen scenes of fighting and killing, so this kind of thing doesn't impress him. This kind of thing made the zombie very angry, so he opened his mouth and started attacking, controlling his puppets, and saying that Duan Fei was too heartless. The zombie wanted Duan Fei's heart to fall into utter despondency. He ended up killing all the attacking zombies except one who called out to her. It was a zombie in Sinue's body who begged her brother to save her, and then the plant realized that he couldn't kill his little sister. And in that case, he wanted to hear more of the despair that Duan Fei was absorbing, but he only swore that this zombie would die even more agonizingly than he had planned to do earlier. But the guy only remarked with a smile that he now recognized the guy's weakness, so he wouldn't be able to do anything to him, but he calmly jumped into this monster's mouth. The zombie only noticed with a smile that Duan Fei as soon as possible wanted to die, and now the monsters would strangle it with its own body. As a result, he activated the absorption ability and started chopping all the vines that met his path, and when Zombie realized the danger he was in. But it was too late, because he had broken through his defenses and was inside. Then Zombie admired Duan Fei's bravery and decided to spare him if he surrendered, and advised Duan Fei to think hard about the offer. Duan Fei immediately realized that he was asking for mercy, but the zombie tried to deny it until the last minute, saying that by approaching the core, he would obviously sacrifice his life. After finding the light, Duan Fei realized that the core was lower in level, and the zombie didn't understand how this guy even knew about cores. But never mind chopping the vines, Duan Fei saw the core and realized that it was much smaller than he expected because the monster itself was gigantic, and the zombie kept ordering the guy to leave. But Duan Fei was not going to listen because the zombie was acting too arrogant before his death, and the absorption ability was activated. But when he would bring his hand closer, the roots that were coming out of the guy's body cut into that monster. It was a tree of evolution. And then the monster himself didn't realize for what reason Duan Fei had such a pure plant source, for it was unbelievable. And Duan Fei was clearly unusual. In the next instant, he was against his will in the shrine without realizing it. So Duan Fei asked the evolution tree why it had absorbed the tyrant king's flower before he did. The tree explained that this plant was of the same type as him, so the tree could directly absorb the essence of this zombie and get a purer source for him to evolve. And then Duan Fei awkwardly realized that Goldie had evolved first, and now even the tree had evolved. And they were both next to the host that was unable to evolve. But at that moment he was offered to unlock a new ability, namely a contract. An ability contract can contract with a target and gain the target's ability. But if the target dies, the contract will be ineffective because the target is only limited to humans. Ability contract power is equivalent to the skill level of absorption ability and can absorb an ability fragment to make the ability contract increase. Duan Fei realized that it was an absorption ability enhancement, one of which was aimed at zombies, the other at humans. Duan Fei knew that the absorption ability really helped him become stronger in a short time, and then Duan Fei realized that perhaps this was the reason why the evolution tree cared about the Tyrant King flower, but he explained that there was also another stronger opponent in that area. Duan Fei realized that the evolution tree was telling him about what might be at the center, and so back in reality, Duan Fei realized that he needed to find the source of the life force. At this time, the monster collapsed to the ground. All Duan Fei's comrades realized that Duan Fei had won, and then Li Feng asked to go and check the situation and whether Duan Fei was okay or not. Chen Jiahao agreed to this and immediately went to Duan Fei to check the situation. Duan Fei at this time found the source of life force that was under the core, which was expected, but heard some noise. Turning around, he saw that it was a guy holding Goldie in his arms, and he inquired if he was all right as they were worried. He saw from afar that the monster had collapsed, so he decided to come and check, but Duan Fei asked what had happened to his friend. Chen Jiahao explained that the puppy was lying in the ruins, so he took it away. Duan Fei thanked. After taking it away, Goldie explained that this place was safe, and this was the place to bring Li Feng, as his poison needed to be dealt with immediately. Duan Fei then put Goldie into the life force source to let him rest after such a long battle with a rank D monster alone. 20 minutes later, they also placed Li Feng here to rid him of the poison as well as heal his wounds. And watching this, Chen Jiahao thought that it was indeed magical, but refused to also try something like this since he was uninjured. Duan Fei explained that this source was capable of increasing physical strength and helping to quickly rise in rank. After all, Chen Jiahao and Li Feng had just awakened, and it would help them become stronger. Chen Jiahao agreed, and watching them from the side, Duan Fei realized that these guys would need some time to absorb. Thinking about the ability contract, Duan Fei realized that he had found many fragments of this ability in the battle that he could use to level up, and then make a contract. Duan Fei decided to choose one contract for now, and so he touched Li Feng to copy his power, after which he was enveloped by the same ability. Eventually the contract was formed, he obtained the skill, and then turning to his friend, Duan Fei asked him to protect the people in this place. He wanted to go on patrol. He nodded accordingly. And the guy got outside and realized that he needed to collect as many ability fragments as possible and sign a contract with Chen Jiahao, mopping up the nearby zombies and also familiarize himself with the shadow burst ability. Then carrying along the street, he sensed where the cluster of zombies was because he could stretch his shadow within the detection area, which was at level 5. So he could use his shadow as an intermediary. Then he activated the absorption ability and touched the zombies and began to absorb them even without fighting. When he was done, he realized that shadow burst combined with absorption was very useful for mopping up low-level zombies. But now he needed more fragments of the ability. But something made Duan Fei extremely curious, for not far away from him was a special aura that didn't belong to a zombie or a human. At this moment, the ballerina-looking girl praised her for how well she danced, then asked the zombie to bring her down to the ground so they could draw. But he suddenly felt something, and the girl guessed that someone must have come here again. But Duan Fei instantly moved towards this girl, realizing that this was the place where such a strange aura source was coming from. And the girl immediately ordered the bonehead zombie to get rid of Duan Fei. But he killed the attacker with a single blow. And the shocked girl didn't understand who he was and how he appeared, because she had placed many zombies in the area. And also, she would definitely feel his approach. But Duan Fei realized that the zombies had stopped moving, and this girl was affecting them, and he was lucky that she was able to use the shadow gap to get here and not disturb the zombies she was talking about. Otherwise, the girl would have escaped. But at that moment he realized that this child was the controlling zombie, and leaning over he asked her what her name was. But she only grudgingly said that, without Duan Fei's apology, she would not answer any of his questions. Then Duan Fei guessed that it was Anya. She was an S-rank warrior, also known as the Black Queen. In Duan Fei's past life after the apocalypse, the Black Queen was the first human infected with the virus. For unknown reasons, the virus damaged her body but prevented her from losing consciousness, so the Black Queen became a zombie with human consciousness. The Black Queen had two types of abilities. The first was the power of the mental spirit mind. It was for destroying the mind of the enemy. The second was a one-of-a-kind ability, zombie control. And because of the power of the Black Queen's special presence, people were at odds. One side wanted to kill this girl and the other wanted her to stay alive. In the end, although people treated the Black Queen as a human, but unpleasant conversations still continued, in the end, the Black Queen chose the role of a loner. But she was rumored to be a cold-blooded demon with a passion for killing. But now in front of him was a little girl who was not like a demon at all, and she was only disgruntled, asked why Duan Fei continued to remain silent. Duan Fei explained that he didn't want to hurt Anya, he only wanted to be friends with her, and he thought to himself that he would definitely need strong people like her. But Anya said that people had already come to her like that and she didn't want to be friends with him, so Duan Fei asked what those people looked like. When Anya thought about it, she realized that Duan Fei didn't look like a bad person, and so she decided to draw the people who had come to see her, that she had learned to draw because Bonehead was her teacher, and also grudgingly wondered how he knew her name, since she hadn't told him. She finally finished her drawing and then said that a few days ago these people came to find her and take her to the shelter, but she managed to escape. Duan Fei thought to himself that the Bonehead definitely had to be a gym teacher. Duan Fei realized that although he couldn't find out now who stole his sister and how, he knew for sure that someone was after Anya. Anya explained that there were many people in black cloaks. Their target is zombies, so they captured many evolved beasts and ordinary zombies. But the next moment an earthquake started, and Anya immediately realized that they didn't have much time, because there was a strong evolved beast nearby, and it was just about to come to eat someone. After taking Anya's hands, the guy was able to jump up in time, So they escaped from the beast's attack, and Duan Fei asked Anya to hold on tight. But Anya didn't understand what Duan Fei was planning to do because he obviously couldn't defeat such a beast. But he threw his dagger and immediately struck the monster, cutting it in half. Anya was amazed that such a man had defeated a strong opponent in a single strike, and even looking at him, he seemed to be glowing at this moment, even though he was absolutely not distracted by the process. But Duan Fei asked if Anya couldn't control that zombie, and promised to take her to the safe place, because she had nothing to do here. She agreed, because Duan Fei didn't seem like a bad person, but explained that she wouldn't be with him forever. At this time, Li Feng and Chen Jiahao had already healed, but Goldie sensed something, namely his master. And then he appeared explaining to the guys that he found the girl when he went on patrol and decided to take her with him, and asked Goldie and the guys how they felt after the source of life force. Li Feng explained that they had indeed become stronger but didn't realize whether Duan Fei had now used the same ability as him. Duan Fei explained that he was right, and it was a shadow gap, and revealed that he had an ability that allowed him to borrow strength from other people. Li Feng didn't mind and believed that Duan Fei would be able to find his ability a good use, and Chen Jiahao wondered why he didn't want to borrow as well as his skill. But Duan Fei explained that his ability was temporary, so he couldn't borrow it. After which, he lowered Anya to the ground and ordered everyone to calm down. He said that the situation had changed and now they needed to plan their next actions. Approaching the guys, he explained that the situation was getting complicated because there were two unknown forces and it might be dangerous to stay here. Chen Jiahao and Li Feng had to go back to the shelter and wait there, but they were against it because they didn't want to leave Duan Fei in this place. But they realized that they had to take the girl as well as Huan to the safe place, otherwise they might get hurt. Duan Fei indicated that he would send Goldie along with him to take them to the safe place, but the guys suggested that they send all together. Together, Duan Fei explained that the center might have information about Shinua, so he needed to find out. And then realizing his seriousness, they agreed, because now Duan Fei also had Li Feng's ability, so they would be useless here, and asked what he was going to do with the little girl, who was torturing Goldie right now. Duan Fei explained that the little girl would go along with him as she was unique and temporarily unsuitable to go to the shelter. And then climbing on Goldie, they promised that they would wait for him at the shelter, and Duan Fei asked them to find someone named Xia Ke or Ling Wen upon arrival and tell him that they had come on his errand. Anya said that Goldie actually wanted to stay, but he was too obedient, so he did not cross Duan Fei, and wondered if Duan Fei could use his abilities to control Goldie. After sending her friends away, Duan Fei explained that they needed to go to the center now, but Anya excitedly didn't understand why everything around them was black. Duan Fei explained that they were now in the shadows because that way they could move faster and remain undetected. Then Anya realized how Duan Fei had escaped from her zombie. He pointed the way and explained that they had to go that way so they could get there in 10 minutes, and opened the system and started building the evolutionary tree. For the center could happen many unforeseen things that one must be prepared for. After killing the tyrant king's flower, Duan Fei had 20,000 unallocated evolution points, so he decided to improve his strength and agility first. But even after all the improvements, he still had 7,000 points left, so he improved his detection because, with the shadow gap, he could increase his detection advantage. Finally, having increased all the levels, Duan Fei logged out and then felt how strength enveloped him, and all the improvements immediately became obvious. Anya noticed this strong aura and was worried. Duan Fei explained that he was fine, but the promotion really impressed the guy, for although he was still F rank, he felt that he had reached the standard of D rank. After that, he went on with Anya, because their destination was the center. At this time, there were already people in the center, who had been here for a few days, but they didn't see any ruins that had been mentioned earlier, but Tao asked her colleague not to resent it and just follow their commander. Alon warned that they shouldn't make any noise since there was a rank A monster nearby, and they shouldn't waste their strength until they reached the ruins. Min explained that they had nothing to worry about since it was nothing to their boss. But he calmly reported that the entrance to the ruins was nearby, and then the girl stated that this was the time for Min to shine, and he was only glad. He had a rank A density ability. He could determine the density of a substance, change it, and control the molecular structure. But Haitao didn't understand why didn't Yun also go along with them. Boss explained that she had her own mission and had previously come to this place to find someone, so she could abruptly come and go. At this moment, Min discovered that there was a really big space below and perhaps a passage could be made. After that, he activated his ability, and then after making a passage, people realized that what was below was like a cave and decided to go down. Duan Fei rushed down the street at an unbelievable speed as he felt a strange energy. Anya also felt it, and she was scared. After that, Duan Fei realized that his evolution tree had also reacted, and so he was worried about what could be there. But as he moved around, he noticed a huge monster ape that was burnt to the ground. It was D rank and had a strong grip, and in all likelihood it was done by those unknown people he sensed. And Duan Fei realized that with those people, he clearly had a similar goal, and the energy he sensed could be indicative of the opening of the ruins. This meant that his guess was correct and the center was really the ruins of an ancient civilization, so he asked Anya to grab on as tightly as possible and rushed with great speed. 10 minutes later, he found the place where those guys had gone down and warned Anya that he wasn't sure about being down there and asked her to stay in a safer place. But Anya said she would not stay, for she wanted to go with Duan Fei, especially as she was strong enough to help. With a smile, Duan Fei agreed, realizing that Anya could also be the target of these people, so she would need to stay close to him. Once inside, Duan Fei stated that it was the first time he had seen the ruins, and asked Anya not to go too far away from him. Eventually, they walked for a while until they discovered that there were two paths and those people had obviously gone to the right, so Duan Fei suggested they go around to the left side, realizing that those people must not be too many, so it was unlikely that they would split up. Now, Duan Fei could not waste any energy or time on a pointless battle. Walking farther away, they saw the fighting dolls that were standing there clearly for a certain reason, so Duan Fei asked Anya to stay put while he would check them out. But as soon as he passed, the battle puppets immediately activated and started attacking him. And that's when the danger was realized. Duan Fei activated the shadow burst, then instantly swept through all the opponents, destroying them. But after defeating these creatures, Anya found a crystal and showing it to Duan Fei asked what it was. The guy explained that these crystals must be what originally made these puppets move, and the crystals were called energy core crystals, and they had a lot of energy in them, but explained that unfortunately all of these crystals were of the lowest rank, so they were completely useless. Then while Anya was throwing away the crystals, Duan Fei seriously warned her to step back and not to get involved in the battle. Now they were being attacked by a higher-ranked battle puppet, Koran, who immediately started to attack the guy, but he calmly used the shadow gap to hide in the shadows. And evading the attack, then started moving behind the puppet's back, thinking that he needed to destroy its energy core crystals so that this puppet couldn't move. Then he attacked, but this puppet sensed Duan Fei's presence, so he grabbed it and threw it away from him. Duan Fei realized that it would obviously be desperate to defend its crystal, so he had to act differently. So he went into battle using his fists. It wasn't easy because the puppet kept attacking, but the guy easily evaded every attack. Then, finally tired of running, he counterattacked and moved into the shadows above his head and delivered a tremendous overhead kick, pushing the puppet to the ground. After that, while he lost his balance, he headed for the armor, and tearing it, I realized that in such a combat puppet there must have been not the easiest crystal. So opening it revealed that there was indeed an intermediate rank energy core crystal, but that wasn't all. Duan Fei handed the crystals to Anna, and then began to look at another find. It was a stone plate that looked unfinished, as it was probably only half of a hole. So Duan Fei could not see any information because he had to put the puzzle together. But the plate shone into the whole floor. They started to shake. Then the floor changed. Duan Fei realized that this plate could be a guide. So he told Anna that they had to go down because the guide of the stone plate should lead to a similar plate. And if the first part was in the puppet, then the second part should be in a stronger puppet. So they went down, and at first everything was calm until they were blocked by a huge monster spider, and it had a lot of smaller relatives. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Duan Fei handed the sign to Anna and asked her to stay where she was and not move. She agreed, but asked Duan Fei to be careful. It was a distressed spider. Looking around, Duan Fei realized that it was not a problem for him to handle this spider. Although it was an E rank, it had 2 S rank skills and 1 A rank skill, and Duan Fei's combat ability should be rank D or even better. But if Duan Fei continued to fight, he would definitely encounter those people who decided to take a different path. So in order for nothing bad to happen, Duan Fei must get as many things in the ruins, increasing his combat power, and didn't understand why these people even came here and what they needed. Perhaps they also had data about the secret of this place. After all, it couldn't just be a coincidence. In the end, after exhausting the monster through battles, Duan Fei realized that he should let the evolution tree evolve once more, because then Duan Fei could be more confident when facing a strong opponent again. But before doing so, Duan Fei intended to unravel this secret stone slab, after which he would take care of everything else. In the end, the battle came to an end, and the admiring Anya thought Duan Fei was very strong because he was able to win quickly, while he calmly explained that he just knew the weaknesses of this monster, and he was also right because he found the second stone slab that was inside the monster. And besides the stone slab, there was also an intelligence crystal. After using it, the intelligence would increase by 10% forever, and it was really not a bad thing, but not very useful for Duan Fei himself. So he gave Anna the crystal and asked her to give him the stone slab. It was the crystal that suited Anna the best because she was constantly using her intelligence. But when the girl took it, she literally glowed. She was overflowing with power and she could feel it. Duan Fei explained that the crystal helps to increase the strength of her intelligence, and her abilities will increase greatly. Duan Fei then took the 2 parts of the tablet and combined them into one, and then it turned into a map guide to the ruins, and looking at it, Duan Fei realized that the lines were the path, and the colors, gold and red, were the rewards and dangers. And the golden color was on the 5th and 3rd floors, and it looked like it would be guarded by strong guards. But Anya thought it was strange that there was no way to the 3rd floor, and then Duan Fei noticed that Anya was absolutely right, and he also didn't notice it, which seemed strange to him. But the next moment, Anya noticed some movement near the defeated spider, so she asked Duan Fei to pay attention. He also noticed it, but the next moment the floor under the spider disappeared and it started to fall down. Duan Fei then realized that this was the way to the 3rd floor, and now he knew that the stone slab had originally indicated a hidden path. Looking closely at the hologram, Anya noticed that the earlier glow started to turn into a star, and the hologram hid in that star. Duan Fei wasn't sure what it was, but offered to take it with him, so they went to the disappearing platform. There was a spiral passage that led to the 3rd floor. At this time, on the 5th floor of the ruins, the team was still walking around and discussing the fact that since their arrival there was absolutely no tension. But the girl noticed that it was due to the fact that their Alon was able to defeat all the monsters. But they reached the passageway and realized that there were most likely no guards on the bottom floor itself, which was great. But they would most likely be fighting the final boss, so they needed to get around to wasting extra energy. When they got closer, they saw a statue that looked like a puppet, so Ming was worried that it would be their opponents. But Hei Tao convinced Ming that the statue was a stone statue, so it couldn't come to life and attack. But eventually their arguing was stopped by Alan, who informed the guys that they should stop yelling and arguing because they had come to the place they wanted to go. And then there was a huge crystal coffin in front of them, hiding some kind of secret. And when they looked closely, they noticed that in that coffin was a zombie girl holding a stone slab in the shape of a circle. This was the broken divine hand they were looking for. So turning to Comrade Alan requested that he take out the stone slab and in no way let it shatter and also not turn into a zombie. Alan then demanded that the rest of the team go into active combat mode, as there were a few annoying guys following them. And Alan demanded that they come out, because Alan had felt their presence a long time ago, and when they appeared, Alan immediately realized that it was a group of Scourge that was constantly following them. But they threatened the guy that he and his team were traitors to the true God, so they should be punished. Because of the Chelo, Alan was very displeased, because the organization that was hiding in the shadows also claimed to be traitors. They began to attack, but Alan ordered his men to keep the rats at bay and to protect his comrade who was taking the stone slab away. By this time, Duan Fei and Anya finally reached the bottom and got to the third floor, but immediately felt a strange aura from the other side. And then Duan Fei felt a huge pain and realized that it was the reaction of the evolution tree. The reaction was very strong, and it seems the tree wanted what was right in front of Duan Fei. And then activating the shadow gap, Duan Fei suggested Anna to move exactly this way. After all, there should have been a higher grade plant inside than the Tyrant King flower. But looking around, he saw the energy core and didn't realize if the plant had exposed it on purpose, and it was as if there were two spears beside it. Duan Fei began to think of a plan to stealthily absorb the energy core so that he wouldn't have to fight this monster, especially since once Duan Fei absorbed the energy core, the evolutionary tree would be able to evolve again. The tree of evolution will be able to grow again, allowing Duan Fei himself to increase his strength, and then he can rush to the third floor and fight those people for the treasure. But finally, the core twitched and looked at Duan Fei. The guy was shocked and didn't realize how he was discovered since he had been in the shadows the whole time. But then the core caused the stone statue to start moving and coming to life. The stone statue took the core to protect it, and this plant monster placed itself on the statue's forehead to act in place of eyes. Watching this, Duan Fei realized that as always they had some difficulties going on and demanded Anya to go back and not to worry. After all, he could handle this monster by himself. After that, he hid her in the shadows and the girl kept screaming because she was afraid because she couldn't see anything. But now, Duan Fei didn't worry about her safety because she was protected and started to dodge the attacks, realizing that the evolution tree might appear to absorb the energy core again. The zombie used vines to control the statue, and so all Duan Fei has to do is remove the core from the statue. But when he struck, he realized that the stone statue was obviously very different in strength from the others. In the end, the attack was unsuccessful and the statue counterattacked, but Duan Fei was easily able to dodge it. Duan Fei realized that this type of weapon, like those daggers, clearly did not work on his opponent. So after hiding the weapon, Duan Fei decided to limit the mobility of this puppet, because now it was difficult for him to attack the energy core. Since the energy core was too high, Duan Fei realized that he had expected this monster to have greater strength and reaction speed, so it shouldn't be a problem for him. Duan Fei then grabbed one of the vines and wrapped it around the monster's neck to see how long it could last when facing its strength. With a sharp jerk, he began to pull the monster away with such speed that the puppet couldn't stand it and fell to the floor. Duan Fei explained that he already had a D-ranked combat ability, so the zombie didn't stand a chance, and then watching the core he saw it trying to escape, apparently realizing that it couldn't handle Duan Fei. Duan Fei calmly announced that she was leaving the absorption to the evolution tree, because this time the main body had originally come out. The evolution tree separated from the body and approached this core, then let go of the root and began to absorb it at an incredible speed. and everything around shone brightly as the tree began to evolve. But the next time the light disappeared, Duan Fei found that instead of the tree of evolution, there was a girl in front of him, and apparently she had originally been shaped like this. It said that Duan Fei was being upgraded from rank F to rank E, and he also had to complete the attribute distribution procedure. He could upgrade all his abilities, and when Duan Fei made sure that all his attributes were upgraded enough, the system offered him to evolve if the evolution condition was met. He agreed. As a result, the host became rank E, and so all his attributes were increased by one level, such as strength, dexterity detection, and intelligence, and his abilities were also increased. The absorption skill was also increased to level 2, and the chance of obtaining a fragment was 2%. The contract level and shadow burst ability were also increased. Duan Fei thanked the evolutionary tree because it made it much easier to improve, and remembering the past, he admitted that he used to run around like a madman killing all the zombies on his way to increase his level, and asked why he had been chosen for rebirth. The tree explained that she couldn't tell him the answer to that question right now, because she had no memory of all the events. There was a voice telling her that they had to keep evolving. Duan Fei then realized that his evolution was the key, and then it was no wonder that the evolution tree helped him during the attack of the zombie wave and allowed him to keep evolving. The tree explained that her memory was linked to Duan Fei's evolution, so his growth was very important to her, but warned that she couldn't stay outside for long, so she needed to return to the system. Duan Fei began to slowly dissolve, but although Duan Fei wanted to stop her at first, he realized that she might not know anything about his sister and could ask about it when he returned to the system. Now he had to go to find the people. After that, he removed the shadow gap, and Anya still kept encouraging Duan Fei for him to win. When they were about to leave, the earth in front of them lit up and cracked. The two attackers and Alan flew out, who immediately noticed Duan Fei. Alan was surprised as he didn't expect to meet people in a place like this. Duan Fei looked at the people who had arrived and asked if they were the same people Anya had met. She explained that she had only seen people who were covered in black robes. The rest she had not met. As Duan Fei thought about it, he realized that it was probably some third force that was involved in his sister's disappearance. They were demanding that the broken arm of the divine stone be given back to them as soon as possible. Alan was not going to give up, but Ming reported that these three had already severely injured He Tao and Gan, so they couldn't fight them. Duan Fei realized that they were fighting for the treasure. But at this moment, Alan turned to Duan Fei and apologized for asking him such a thing. But he wanted Duan